Innovation, Reimagining Creative Practice in a Global Era, invites critical reflection on how innovation can broaden the scope of visual expression while remaining grounded in cultural context, human experience, and global responsibility. These ideas will be discussed in an inaugural session and 3 subsequent technical sessions, titled first, Tradition, Folk Narrative, and Contemporary Visual Culture. Technical session 2, Technology, Innovation, and Emerging Practices in Art and Design. And technical session 3, Contemporary Practices, Critical Discourses, and Creative Futures. For our inaugural session, we are honored to have us visionaries and art practitioners who have not only mastered their fields, but have also broken new ground by weaving together tradition and innovation. I welcome Ms. Nupur Kundu, eminent artist from India. Welcome, ma'am. I welcome Mr. Kshitij Kaul, Director, Marketing and Growth, Outlook Media, India. Welcome, sir. I welcome Mr. John Zika, Professor Emeritus, School of Art and Design, Western Carolina University, USA, who joined us online. Okay.
Here I am.
Oh, okay, good to see you, sir, again.
Yeah.
We welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
And Ms. Smita Pava, Creative Director at Photon, Dallas, Texas, USA. We welcome you, ma'am. And Ms. Vandana Rakesh, eminent artist from India. Ma'am, we welcome you on this podium. Sure. Okay. May I request Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla ji, our VC, ma'am, to please honor the guest with the sapling. Ms. Nupur Kundu. It's a great moment for us. Guys, please, a round of applause. Ms. Vandana Rakesh. Mr. Kshitij Kaul. And Ms. Smita Pava. Ms. Smita Pava. Thank you so much, VC ma'am. We're honored to have you with us today. Now, I would like to request Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor, Director General, and Dean Amity University, to deliver the opening welcome address and the opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Geetika. Good morning to all. Good morning. There should be good energy in the morning hour. Firstly, give a big round of clap to yourself for being here. And you should have the clap for speakers. See that all the way they had come. Nupurji had a family wedding, but she has taken out the time. Our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, has got so many commitments, but she has come for a few minutes. Give a big round of clap to all our speakers. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all for this 9th International Conference on Innovation in Visual Arts, theme Art, Design and Innovation, Reimagining Creative Practices in Global Era, which is being organized by MIT School of Fine Arts, Noida. The MIT group, just two speakers, has established an impressive network of 12 universities across India, along with numerous higher education institutions, schools, campuses, both within the country and abroad. Today, over 2 lakh students pursue their educational journey within MIT's nurturing environment. MIT School of Fine Art has more than 600 students in Noida campus, and these fine arts programs are also being offered at various campuses of MIT Group. This conference is being organized with the objective to bring together artists, academicians, researchers, and research scholars, and to discuss the opportunities in the creative field with a focus on art, design, and innovation. And further to it, in today's time, to understand and discuss the impact of globalization, digital platforms, and technical advancements. This conference has got 27 papers by researchers, and we have got 10 esteemed speakers. I would also like to again welcome Professor John Zika, that it is late night in the US, but then too, as always, he takes out time for MIT, and he is there, I think, so late night also. We have got the research papers from Department of Visual Arts, Aligarh Muslim University, MIT University of Uttar Pradesh, BHU, College of Art, New Delhi, Jagran Lake City, University Bhopal, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi, JNAF AU, Hyderabad, Hyar Mangalam, Gurgaon, Pearl Academy, New Delhi, the MSU, Baroda. And I take this opportunity to thank all the invited distinguished academicians, researchers, delegates, and faculty colleagues who are associated to making it reality. I look forward to have the meaningful deliberation and the interaction during the conference. I'll not take much time, but I'll just take a minute to say, when we have kept the theme art, design, and innovation, this field is full with the creativity and the innovation. But today, what we see, this advent of the technology, which is being integrated in each and every sphere of the part of the life. Now, there are the opportunities, there are the challenges with the artificial intelligence coming into the picture. We see the online market has established. Earlier, art markets were associated with the art galleries or the auction houses, but today art has become a household thing due to the advent of the online media. There are a lot of opportunities, a lot of challenges which are there. And I think so as a young generation or the students who are doing the fine art program, I think so this is the right opportunity to know what is happening across the field. So this is a forum specifically created for you people, that where researchers are going to come and share their findings and the conclusions. And I must tell all the researchers who are presenting the paper that at the end of it, we put it up and come out with the conference proceedings, and we do circulate it to all. Because as we are aware, this field has got huge scope, but we have got the challenges that we do not have much of the publications happening in this field, which we see at our university level also. So I think so it is also to encourage and motivate the students to document whatsoever they are doing and come out with the research papers also. So thank you once again. And I would like to once again thank all the esteemed speakers for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your opening remarks. And I would now like to request our VC ma'am, Professor Dr. Baldinder Shukla ji, to share her blessings and some insights with us. Round of applause, guys.
Thank you. Our most respected Honorable Founder President, sir, Honorable Chancellor, our very dear Chairperson, Dr. Divya Chauhan ji, and Dr. Joshi, our esteemed guests, and dear students and faculty members. First of all, I would like to extend very warm welcome to our esteemed guest, and all the participants for this very important international conference on innovation in visual arts. And I've seen that Dr. Joshi every year organizes very important conferences, international conferences. At the same time, the exhibitions of the students' work. So these two events during the year I eagerly wait for. And today's theme of the conference is very, very important innovation in visual arts. Because when we look at the visual arts, history of the visual arts, I think it is as ancient as is our history. And from prehistoric times, you know, the art was also the language in a way. People used to make the visual arts in their houses, on the walls. Even today now, people look at the, from every region. If you take whether it's the Himalayas, whether it is, the central India or southern India, from the arts you can, from the paintings, arts, those you can judge these arts are from which region. And even the archaeologists when do the dig and the archaeological sites, from those arts they are able to tell that these arts are of which era. So therefore the art in the life of a human being is extremely important. So I want to congratulate all of you, the students who have chosen the fine arts as their discipline of learning and also for their profession. And because as the, even the technologies are coming, but I think the value of the hand made, whether the hand printed clothes, whether again the fine arts is used or the any kinds of paintings and all, which has very huge value in the national and international market. And I've seen the work which our students have been doing when they put up the exhibition in this, mostly in this hall or maybe in the E2 auditorium. So that today when Dr. Joshi has as he mentioned that the research papers will be coming, because it's very important that unless whatever we are doing, whatever developments are happening, if those are not coming in the form of research papers, what are the new trends, people will not learn. It is very important with the National Education Policy 2020. Now the fine arts has become one of the discipline which the students from all the discipline can take and can be the second measure. And therefore in times to come, the visual arts is going to be even more popular than what it was. And because when you are, even the engineers, if they're designing anything, they need the creativity from the aesthetic point of view. And there's the people who have the artistic abilities, they're able to design better even if they have to design a product. And today, many of the IT companies or the product companies, not only the advertising and other, they all look for fine arts students where they can add value to their products, to their communication, and to the many areas. So therefore, I would like to congratulate Dr. Pradeep Joshi for organizing this conference under the dynamic leadership of our chairperson, Dr. Divya Chauhan ji. she's not here at the moment, but she's going to be soon here, maybe from the second session onward, she will be here because she is so passionate for the both fine arts and the fashion technologies, even the performing arts, that how to bring the excellence. The growth of this institution, the quality of the work done by the student has been under her leadership, and where Dr. Pradeep Joshi and his entire team, with a lot of commitment, with dedication, pursue the excellence and bring the success, the student success. That's what is the mission of our Honorable Chancellor, that every student to be a success story, and focusing on the students' success and happiness is the aim for everyone. And we established the Student Success Center also under the leadership of Dr. Sanjeev Bansal, our additional Pro-VC. So I would like to once again thank our esteemed guests, Nupur Kunduji, Smita Pawaji, and then from the Aditya Arya-ji and Ashish Kulkarni ji, Mr. John Jicha, Shatit Kaul-ji, and all in physical mode or on online mode. Thank you very much for sparing your time. And I'm sure that whatever you're going to speak out of your experience, the emerging trends, that will give a great learning to all my students. And the outcome which Honorable Founder President always expects from all the conferences, I'm sure Dr. Pradeep Joshi has very well defined. And by the end of the conference, we will be achieving those outcomes. So once again, all the very warm welcome to everybody, and I wish grand success of this conference organized by the MIT School of Fine Arts. Thank you very much. Dr. Joshi, I will take your permission because I have to go out and for something very important.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insightful words and encouragement. With this, I'll start the inaugural session, and our first speaker for the day, Ms. Nupur Kundu. Let me introduce you to her. Ms. Kundu is an accomplished contemporary artist and multidisciplinary practitioner with a distinguished career of national and international exhibitions since 1996. A graduate of College of Art, New Delhi, she has also achieved Sangeet Bhaskar in Indian classical dance, Kathak, from Chandigarh University, and performed extensively for 18 years. Her artistic excellence has been recognized with major honors, including the Indira Gandhi Priyadarshini Award, Rajiv Gandhi Excellence Award, Indian Council for UN Relations Award, Woman of the Year 2017, and All India Kemlin Art Competition Award, and a prestigious junior fellowship from the Ministry of Culture, Government of India from 2011 to 2013. It is featured in India Today's 30th anniversary issue as one of India's 30 young achievers. She continues to contribute to the arts through exhibitions, cultural collaborations, and workshop initiatives with organizations such as the British Council, IFCO, Tihar Jail, and special needs communities. She has served in advisory and leadership roles, including Shubh NGO, Delhi Public School Sirsa, and the Women and Child Development Committee of PhD Chamber of Commerce. We welcome you, ma'am, and we are intent to listen to you. Please.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful introduction. Good morning, everybody. It is truly a pleasure and honor for me to be a part of this very august gathering. Professor Balvinder Shukla, Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, and Professor Swapan Bhandari, who very lovingly invited me here for this wonderful program. I have always been very inspired to interact with children, students of art, because I have always believed that I am always a learner in life. I have always strived to paint like a child, very spontaneous. And it is the interaction with children and wonderful, talented, and bright students like you that I feel that I always do my learning in life. So thank you so much for this very lovely opportunity at the wonderful, esteemed Amity University. I have been associated with Miss Divya Chauhan for a long time, and I've always felt that she has been an artist at heart. I'm sure you all are under a wonderful wing here at the arts department under Professor Bhandari. And the opportunities that you get nowadays, in our times, we never got these. So I think it is really inspiring the way the world is heading. And I have personally always believed that for me, that it is a gift to able to pursue what I love, not just merely a passion, but also as a lifelong profession. I would like to share with you that my journey began as a 5-year-old when I started dancing, which was my first love. I used to see my father paint. He's been a self-taught artist in his studio. And for me, life was always dancing and painting. I was lucky that my parents, both of them, inspired me to follow education in dance. And I did my specialization in Masters in Indian Classical Dance and also went on to perform on stage for almost 2 decades. Dance gave me life. It inspired me at a level nothing could. But when I joined the art college, I would love to share this with you that I simply joined the art college like you all have, thinking that wahan padhai nahi karni padegi. You know, for me, it was like, okay, this is the right place where I can be planted, where I would be able to follow my dream of dancing. And I was already performing by that time in 90s on stage as a classical dancer in various festivals and also, part of a lot of telefilms and teleserials, all but dance-based roles. But when I joined the art college, like you all, my creativity found absolutely different wings. For me, it was like breaking out of tradition, doing classical dance, Kathak from Jaipur Gharana at one level, and then going on to, doing art, where actually no professor told me what has to be done. It was like you're within, you have to express yourself. And hence, I felt that that was the reason where at that point, I started painting in the expression of abstract paintings. It was much later that I realized that this is called abstract. And since then, I followed abstract art and I've been doing a lot of abstract landscapes and paint in the medium, my favorite being oil on canvas. And I love the impasto kind of painting, paint applied thickly on canvas with a palette knife. That's my favorite. So for me, the years at the college art were very defining. Like for you all that you are right now, right here, it's, I feel, the most beautiful part of your lives. You should make the best use of it, getting inspired by fellow artists, finding lovely mentors. I've always felt in the beautiful Guru Shishya Parampara, you are very blessed in case you find a lovely mentor to guide you through in life, to find yourself in life. So this is the place where you all are so privileged, I must say, finding a guru, a mentor who can guide you in the correct direction, finding yourself. I was very lucky at the Delhi College of Art in the 90s when, I found good mentors who guided me and kind of helped me decide. Even I would say motherhood helped me decide my path in life. And painting kind of became an inspiration, dancing became an inspiration, and painting my profession. For a long time, it did go hand in hand. So professional life began very early for me when I started exhibiting paintings. I really got great opportunity for it, I would say. But I firmly believe that it was my upbringing, my family life, and my culturally rich home that actually shaped my core values. So teaching me that, the importance of hard work, the strength of never compromising in life, And most importantly, I would say the commitment to always remain true to myself and my art. Today, here, when I come and join your conference, I think what a beautiful and meaningful, inspiring theme for today, innovation in visual arts. I think it kind of opens up a space for dialogues, thoughtful reflection, fresh perspectives, and conversations that can shape the future of your creative journeys. We all know that innovation is the source of life for visual arts. As a woman artist myself, I have, for the past almost 3 decades, strived to learn and create fearlessly. I personally see this global era as an open canvas, reminding us that reimagining the creative process isn't just an idea, but the very heartbeat of innovation in the visual arts. So I would like to address, most importantly, the most important people out here, the young and the very talented artists here today. I've chalked out a few lines which I would like to share with you. Remember this, your art comes from a very deeper place of inside of you, untouched by anything worldly. As you grow into the world of deadlines, commitments, commissions, trends, etc., hold on very tightly to that quiet spark that first made you create. The commercial world will often try to shape your voice into something very much more marketable. But you have yourself, your younger self, your truest self, the courage to resist becoming a diluted version of your very brilliance. Learn the business, yes. Survive and thrive, absolutely. But don't let external noise drown the integrity of your own vision. Protect your curiosity, nurture your weirdness, I would say, honor the subjects that actually move you from your heart, and create work that reflects not what sells, but what speaks. In the very long run, the world needs your authenticity far more than it needs another trend follower. So stay rooted, stay honest to yourself, and stay unmistakably you. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity to be a part of your very special day. I look forward to following up later on some very wonderful and meaning conversations. Namaste.
Thank you, ma'am. Such a heartfelt vocation. पार्टिसिपेंट्स में I can't see her. Is now is it?
Join.
My pleasure.
Up start करें.
अब दूसरा देख सकते हैं.
मैं बोलता हूँ.
हाँ, आप बता दीजिए. Now, I'd like to introduce you to the second speaker of the day, Mr. Kshitij Kaul. Mr. Kshitij Kaul is an accomplished marketing and growth leader with extensive experience driving brand strategy, marketing expansion, and high-impact campaign execution across media, advertising, and technology sectors. His career spans leadership roles at Outlook Media India, Gupchup, and MyGate. where he has consistently delivered measurable results through data-driven marketing, integrated communication strategies, and strong team leadership. Known for his ability to manage BNL, lead cross-functional teams, develop new market entry strategies, and build lasting client relationships, he brings a powerful combination of strategic vision and operational expertise. With a proven track record in scaling brands, optimizing processes, and achieving key business objectives, he continues to create significant value and sustainable growth for the organization he leads. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you so much for such a beautiful introduction. I don't think I've done so much, but it's good to know that somebody thinks that I've. Okay, guys. So usually I'm not used to sit at one place and then talk. I'm like a moving speaker. I'm like a moving speaker. I speak while moving, but this is new to me. So if I make mistakes, so kindly ignore that. All right. So, like I have been introduced, so I have been working in this industry for 15 odd years, worked with possibly 1,000+ brands, you name it. And I mean, any brand that you guys can think of, I have worked with it in some way or the other manner. So I've been given this opportunity to talk about advertising industry and the challenges that we get here, right? This is how Siri works sometimes in between, so ignore. Anyway, coming back, this is my boring introduction, so guys, please don't sleep at the back. So advertising is one part of business which allows you to be absolutely creative, right? I mean, all the advertisers, I mean, me, myself, I am one of them. And all the advertisers I have been with, we only demand one thing, that is creativity. You have to give us creative leverage so that we can be as free as we can, right? And isn't that what we all want, to be free? We want to show our creativity all over and, become a person who can be free and do anything. That's why you guys probably are here, to pursue your passion, because the kind of field you are in, if you guys are not creative, if you don't think freely, if you restrict yourself, you will probably, you will not achieve your full potential at that time, right? So advertising is one field which lets you be free. And over the, every 15, 20 years, advertising change. New mediums come in. If you think about 1950s or 60s, probably there was only one sort of medium. Newspapers were coming in. The only major mode of advertising was billboards. And that gave birth to a very beautiful creation. You guys probably, which is alive till now, the Amul girl, if you guys remember that, right? So that is probably one of the finest examples of creativity, which is still in today's era, still exists, right? Moving on to then TVs came in 1975s, that gave creativity another boost. TVs eventually, kind of give advertisers a leverage to introduce emotions to their advertising. You must have seen some brilliant ads, which were probably in 2000s. Have you guys seen Fevicol ads? Right? And probably they are the most intelligent ads ever created, right? They are humorous, they convey the message, and then they actually make you interested in it, right? All the all the check boxes are ticked, create a hook. That's what we all get to. That's the principle that we have to follow these days. Then Google came in, Facebook came in, And now we are living in an era called the digital era. The entire shift came in where all the companies are moving in a digital first format, right? And now you guys, I mean, that's probably the Gen Z version of advertising where you can actually all you need to do is create a 5-second reel. I mean, I still feel it's very hard to express everything, convey a message in 5-second reel, but probably that's what you guys also want. Who watches a reel for more than 5 or 8 seconds, right? So that's how we have moved towards a new era. Now, the thing is that as we have moved towards the new era, new challenges have come up, new ways of expressing um, creativity has come up, but it comes with its own problems. You guys are so saturated nowadays. I mean, advertisers, they have to create so much of content. Earlier, it used to be one ad. I mean, people who are watching these Saas Bahuga shows all the time, right? Earlier in 2000, probably KVC also. So channels were limited. There were only 5-6 main channels, and advertisers used to focus on probably a 30-second or a 45-second kind of ad, which actually gave them a lot of leverage to convey their product, convey their message. Now it has changed to such short format that they have to think so much. They have to create 10 probably different reels to convey the similar message on 10 different platforms. Now this gives advertisers and you guys, well, it's a kind of mixed thing. You can take it as if you can be more creative. You get more opportunities to be creative, but it also brings saturation in terms of advertisers' mind, right? So it becomes very, very tough. I think I'm being very boring at the moment, right? I'm talking all technical and boring. I do understand that, and usually that's why I like moving, because I like looking at people and just asking good things. But anyway, please bear with me for a few more minutes, right? I have good things to tell you. Anyway, yeah, that's. Can you guys hear me? Perfect. Okay, so now, what were we talking about? I'm so sorry. We were talking about how challenging it is for advertisers to think more creatively, right? And this is something that is probably the biggest problem in industry at the moment. We hire more people to think from different angles, give different. So this challenge is also giving opportunity to a lot of more departments to be developed, right? Like, for example, the company that I work in, now what we do is we have a different team who thinks different, in a particular manner. For Meta, for Snapchat, it's a different thing. For Google, it's a different team. And all of the departments, we try to use different concepts to to convey the message as good as possible. Now, let me ask you guys a question. How many of you actually buy products if you see a reel? If you can raise your hand. No one? Oh, 2. That's it? 3, 4, 5. You guys are thinking that whether you buy or not? Yeah. Don't be afraid. I'm not picking you out at the moment, so you can be honest. Okay. And how many of you share that, oh my God, this is a good cafe that we should visit probably here and there? Yeah, I see a lot of people. Yeah, you guys like eating a lot, huh? Fancy things. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, so what do you guys think? What is the difference? Why less people buy products online and share, probably cafe videos with each other more? Any person who thinks they can tell the difference? Think about it. Take your time. Why would you not probably buy a product online after looking at a reel? And why would you actually, visit a cafe with your friend or probably share the video with your friend? Anyone? Okay, that makes sense. So I'll tell you, when you're buying something online, it's an individual thing, right? And people, they usually are more, I mean, that's what the study says, right? People think more and they go for reviews. They need, what we call that is approval of authenticity more when they're buying something, right? But when it comes to a cafe, right, the idea is that they share it with their friend, they get their approval faster that, oh my God, yeah, this is a beautiful cafe to go. And yeah, this is the new trending thing to go. And that's why they go there. So the ideology behind why I asked this question was, advertisers, they don't just think about how to convey their message. Advertisers, they not just think how to convey their message properly or how to promote their product, they also build their product. I mean, as an advertiser, while the product is being developed, for example, a cafe, we try to, think about all sort of promotions that we can do. And then we kind of build it, the entire campaign. All right, guys. That's about it from me at the moment. I would have talked more, but I think the time is running out a bit. So, all right, guys, thank you for having me here.
Thank you, sir. Now let me introduce the third speaker for the day, Professor John Zika.
Do you see me? There we
Yes,
are.
yes, I do.
Okay.
Let me briefly introduce you. I'll be introducing the third speaker for the day. Professor John Zika is a professor emeritus in School of Art and Design at Western Carolina University, USA, where he has taught design and media arts for 35 years. His international speaking engagements and exhibitions include St. Petersburg, Russia, Barcelona, Spain, Lisbon, Portugal, and New Delhi, Noida, Vadodara, Shantiniketan in India. His artwork has been featured in Bruno Binale, Kathleen Ewig Gallery, Society of Publication Designers, New York, American Institute of Graphic Arts, among many. His work is included in private and public collections, including the permanent collections of Library of Congress, Washington, D.C., Coburg Museum, Bavaria, to mention a few. Over to you, sir. We'd love to listen to you.
Thank you very much. And we have a slideshow. Yes. Well, let me first start talking about what I want to talk about. My past may be of some interest. I thought I would share that with you. I started out as a designer, professional designer, and was hired to start a design program at a university. I then got a position at Western Carolina University to start a design and media arts program. And in doing so, I absorbed new language, new opportunities, to cross over with design and fine art. And my practice, professional practice, has included all of those things including design, graphic design, media design, interactive design. I'm a painter, printmaker, writer, curator, among other things as well. And I enjoy all of those practices. Please please back up one on the slide. Back, please. Can we go back? Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes?
Yes, you may start, please. Is
Are
it
we
visible
good?
to you? Yes, absolutely.
Okay, great. Okay. So, anyway, given the topic of this international conference, I thought I'd share with you some of what I do and the kinds of things that I think about as an artist and designer. And I think I probably like to start with this slideshow, but primarily what I've been influenced by is a sense of anthropology in my artwork. And I do that not only, I've done scientific illustrations for National Geographic magazine and other kinds of scientific illustrations. So I have that background as well. But one of the things that I started early on in my teaching was developing a kind of an interest in visual rhetoric. And rhetoric obviously depends upon an implied narrative, applied kind of subject, and a relationship to culture. Culture has been kind of central to my artwork. What I'm going to share with you here through these landscape narratives is two projects. One, they're both related, and they started out basically me traveling around my area here in the mountains of North Carolina and documenting that, and then kind of feeling for what that language is and who is the voice of that language and how it's interpreted. Thank you. So, visual fiction, that's what I'm looking at. Optical experiences are part of shared sensory language. And so this is visual rhetoric in a nutshell. The joy of visual fiction exists in the perceptual attempt to make connections through that optical experience. So we kind of invest in these visual experiences, generally speaking, and we come to understand them in our own terms. This is a quote from Rudy de Herrick, a friend of mine, designer. The bottom notation, mystical, at precisely the moment visual experience is grasped, the connection eludes the viewer and presents another perspective. So we're going through these kind of film reels of single shots in our mind that merge together and form a whole or a holistic kind of thought pattern or understanding of our world. Next slide. In art, I think what we're doing, and this is my own interpretation, is art and artwork are two different things. When you look at artwork, you're looking for differences. If you look at the same thing over and over again, it doesn't live anymore. It dies. And so we were looking for those little idiosyncratic differences that tell us who we are, not only as the viewer, but who we are as an artist. We look at artwork through the lens of what is different from what came before. So this doesn't preclude the experiences for the first time if you've ever experienced something, uh, that you've seen in books or something like that, and you go to a museum or another gallery or uh, an open air installation, and you see it for the first time, you're seeing something that you have never seen before. You may have seen a picture of it, but you've never seen it in real life, and that makes a huge difference. Third point, what happens in your mind depends upon your own personal history and your culture. My experiences in India for many years has shaped my way of thinking, certainly, and I'm not there yet. Not there yet. And yours as well, each of you. And contemporary experience is the difference that feels interesting today. So let's take away contemporary art and let's talk about contemporary experience, because that can be old art, it can be architecture, it can be dance, it can be music, whatever it might be is a contemporary experience. And you don't need to even call it art. It's just an experience. Next slide. So some of the common ground principles in visual information or kind of visual language, and these are snapshots from around where I live. We have a native Cherokee culture, and this is photographed from that. So information augments memory. So when we see something like this, we look at it through our own lens, and it kind of becomes that mnemonic, that thing that rests in our mind. So I'll briefly go through a couple of these snapshots. Next slide. It's another one, again. Rhetorical operations are emotional experiences. So it's not just a fact that you see something that alludes to or portends to suggest something else. And each of you may read something differently into this photograph, as I do. And it becomes an emotional kind of connection. It's not just a factoid. It's something that grounds you, that makes you kind of go into your own memory. Next slide. Another grounding principle, landscape is the line of domesticity. We look at our world through a horizon line, basically. This line that separates the sky from the land, or the sea from the sky. And so our perpendicular kind of vertical orientation towards things and our horizontal orientation towards things kind of governs or creates a wayfinding operation for our visual connection. I mean, that's pretty clear when you read writing left to right, top to bottom, for example, or right to left, top to bottom, whichever. Next slide. Meanings shift in time and space. And I probably don't need to explain that to you too much through this picture, but some of you may feel this is inappropriate for times that we live in now. Obviously, the person or the group of people who put this up don't feel that necessarily so. So I'm just sharing that those meanings shift over decades, centuries, etc. Next slide. Mnemonic or mental references are fluid and personal. In other words, they can't be stopped, they can't be bracketed and fused into one particular category. They transition and create new order and new relationships. Next slide. And art is where we share our dreams. And that is that space where the artwork becomes a place where we go to visit ourselves again. And this obviously is a vernacular sign that somebody put up to sell produce, but it says more too. It says something about the person who did it, says something about the place it's put in, and it says something about the space that it's on. All of this is background. And I mentioned to you before that my professional career kind of spans different kinds of conditions or materials. Through this work, I was invited to become a visiting artist or a scholar in residence at Rhode Island School of Design. Next slide. And what I brought to that experience, not only lectures, but classroom work and then my own work out of that kind of residency, was this kind of basis for my work in this area. And that is, visual syntax is very important, obviously, in any medium. But to treat image as text and text as image and photography as material was what I was kind of working towards in this next group of things. Next slide. So they invited me to talk, and my talk was on post-structural landscapes. And I brought in this material as kind of working material and talked a little bit about my association with that. Next slide. The important aspect of post-structural experience is that, as you can see below, I've made this kind of diagram or comparison. Classical structure is the artist makes the work and transmits an idea to the receiver. That's normal, that's natural. Post-structural art experience, the contemporary one anyway, the artist makes the artwork and it's intended to trigger something with the receiver, not mandating a certain kind of condition, but open-ended, so to speak. So, next slide. Yes. So I created this postcard book while I was visiting artists there. And I call it the additive method, where I've clipped from my photographs. This is the early days of Photoshop, way back when I clipped things and created postcards. And you can see here the hello, goodbye, and the gesture from the statue. You can't really tell whether it's hello or goodbye. So I just made it one word. Next slide. These were statues, porcelain statues that were wrapped in plastic so they wouldn't break. And I edited them through Photoshop with the landscape in the background, which I heightened through filters. Next slide. Next. Nope. Back one. Back. And one more. Yeah. Okay. I'll go through just a couple more. That's it. This I'm fascinated by synthetic imitation material like this brick tar paper, and then I inserted a landscape in that as a window in that wall. Next slide. This is that produce again. The small type above it says induce, and the small type below it says Let me see if I can read it here. Seduce. So induce, produce, seduce. Next slide. And viewpoint is arbitrary. And that little rectangle there has the word American, an, foreign, misspelled. So I wanted to make sure I got my point across. Anyway, next slide. So I've created these fictional things. And through imagination, we are receptive to world making, but our own world making. By extrapolating information, we create entirely new worlds. Sorry about that. Next slide. Next, yes. So that,
Excuse me, sir. Sorry to disturb you, but you need to wind up in 2 minutes. Yeah. Some
okay,
others-
2 minutes. Very good. So the short stories recently was acquired from the permanent collection at the Asheville Museum of Art, which is this. So next slide. Let's go through these. Next slide. These are large lithographs. These are 4 feet tall, grained lithographs. You can see the halftone imagery, and they're diptychs, and each of them are they're titled differently, and they're short stories, basically, kind of mnemonic short stories. Next slide. We'll go through that one, next one, next one, next one. And I think this is the last one. And then that's the last slide. Art is the experience. Art is the experience between the perceiver and what is perceived. Artists are makers of the glue that binds the external to the eternal. So finally, what I'd like to kind of conclude with is probably the hardest thing, and certainly in my life too, the hardest thing that an artist can do, as in life, is to know yourself. And as you work as a student and then as a professional, and as you go through different media, you're going to be experiencing growth, decisions, and all kinds of conditions which challenge you to either, absorb other things and make that part of your life, or, just stay static. And the more curious you are, the more you'll grow and the more you'll find yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Zika, for taking out the time, as always. I think you have been always a great
Thank
support.
you.
And thank you, and we look forward to your visit to India. Yeah, thank you, Professor Zika. Thank
I
you.
want to be back. Okay. Thank you.
With that, I'll be introducing the fourth speaker of the day, Ms. Vandana Rakesh. Ms. Vandana Rakesh is an accomplished contemporary Indian artist with over 3 decades of professional practice in painting, drawing, and ceramic arts. She has widely exhibited in major national and international platforms, including Lalit Kala Academy, IFACS, Dubimal Art Center, and global venues in UK, Europe, and Middle East. Awarded prestigious national scholarships and recognitions with works represented in significant public and private collections in India and abroad. She has been highly experienced in solo and group exhibitions, art camps, and cultural collaborations with a distinctive creative journey grounded in Indian aesthetics, expressive line work, and evolving contemporary idioms. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
हेलो एवरीवन। सब जाग रहे हैं, सो रहे हैं? कोई मुझे बताएगा अब तक क्या क्या सुना? प्लीज कोई भी बताए मुझे क्या क्या सुना। आई वांट टू सी कि आप लोग जाग रहे हैं कि सो रहे हैं। प्लीज कोई भी खड़ा हो जाए। जो जितना भी सुना है थोड़ा बहुत भी बताएंगे तो अच्छा लगेगा मुझे। अभी सुनेंगे? अभी सुनेंगे कि सोएंगे? आप इतना वक्त निकाल के यहाँ आए हैं, टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे हैं। योर टाइम इज वेरी वैल्यूएबल, सो वैल्यू योर सेल्फ। आई थिंक यू शुड। ध्यान देना चाहिए हमें। अब अगर हम कुछ सीखना चाहते हैं तो हमें ध्यान देने की आदत बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। व्हाट डू यू थिंक? एनीवन? सब एग्री हैं मेरे से कि नहीं है? हाथ उठाएं जो जो एग्री हैं। गुड, वेरी नाइस। आई एम ग्लैड आप लोगों ने मुझे सुना थोड़ी देर के लिए। यू आर अ वेरी नाइस ऑडियंस। क्लैप फॉर यू। हम लोग आर्टिस्ट हैं। आर्ट में किस लिए आए हैं? कैन एनीवन टेल? आर्ट फील्ड में हम किस लिए आए हैं? हमें आर्ट अच्छा लगता है, हमें ब्यूटीफुल चीजें अच्छी लगती हैं, हम कुछ एक्सप्रेस करना चाहते हैं। किस लिए आए हैं? टू एक्सप्रेस आवरसेल्फ, टू सेटिस्फाई आवर सोल। ये भी बात है। जो आर्टिस्ट हैं उनको आर्ट के अलावा कुछ आता भी नहीं है। और वैसे आर्ट तो हमारी जिंदगी में जगह जगह भरा हुआ है। फ्रॉम योर ड्रेसेस, फ्रॉम योर किचन अप्लायंसेस, फ्रॉम योर होम, योर बिल्डिंग्स, आर्किटेक्चर, योर सराउंडिंग्स, ब्यूटी इन नेचर, हर चीज में आर्ट भरा हुआ है। आपको अपनी आंखों को सिर्फ ट्रेन करना है कि कहाँ कहाँ आर्ट आप देख सकते हैं और उससे क्या क्या सीख सकते हैं। डू यू एग्री? डू यू एग्री? ओके, गुड। तो आर्ट के लिए पिकासो ने बड़ी अच्छी लाइन बोली है। I'll just read out to you. पिकासो ने कहा है, The purpose of art is washing the dust of daily life of our souls. जिंदगी की रोजमर्रा की डस्ट हम हटाने के लिए आर्ट करते हैं। वो अपने लिए भी है और समाज के लिए भी है। अगर हम डस्ट नहीं हटाएंगे तो हमारे अंदर बहुत कुछ भरता चला जाएगा। अगर हम भर जाएंगे तो हम वो बेकार की चीजें ही खाली करेंगे। तो उन चीजों को खाली करते रहना बेहतर है। टू क्रिएट समथिंग न्यू। अपने अंदर झांकिए और कुछ नया ढूंढिए। द जर्नी स्टार्ट्स फ्रॉम इनसाइड। डू यू थिंक सो? हमें बाहर देखने की जरूरत है आर्ट करने के लिए कि अंदर देखने की जरूरत है? व्हाट डू यू थिंक? दोनों। बहुत कुछ बाहर देखते हैं हम, लेकिन क्रिएटिविटी किसे कहेंगे? अगर हमने बाहर सीखी हुई चीजों को सेम टू सेम बना दिया तो वो क्रिएटिविटी कहलाएगी? वो कॉपी कहलाएगी। वो कॉपी कहलाएगी। तो हमें कॉपी कैट नहीं बनना है। हम कॉपी कैट नहीं बनना चाहते। हमें क्रिएटिव पर्सन बनना है। तो हमें अपने अंदर झांक के अपने अंदर से चीजें ढूंढनी है कि व्हाट डू यू लाइक योरसेल्फ। जो बेस्ट आपको लगता है आप उस पर काम करिए। तो जब हम अपनी सोल को सेटिस्फाई करते हैं तभी हमें सेटिस्फैक्शन मिलता है, राइट? जब सेटिस्फाइड हम होंगे तभी हम सोसाइटी को कुछ नया दे पाएंगे। और अगर हमें सिर्फ पैसा ही कमाना है तो हम आर्ट में नहीं आएंगे। पैसा कमाने के लिए तो और भी फील्ड्स बहुत हैं। व्हाट डू यू थिंक? पैसा कमाने के लिए और फील्ड्स हैं कि हमें आर्ट से ही पैसा कमाना है? आर्ट से आप पैसा कमाइए, लेकिन उसके लिए भागने की जरूरत नहीं है पैसे के पीछे। आप अपने आर्ट पे ध्यान दीजिए, अपने आप पे ध्यान दीजिए। क्रिएट वैल्यूज इन योरसेल्फ, स्टडी वैल्यूज, वैल्यूएबल थिंग्स अपने अंदर इंसर्ट करिए उन चीजों को। बी अ गुड ह्यूमन बीइंग। आप अच्छे बनेंगे तो आपका आर्ट अपने आप अच्छा हो जाएगा। दिस इज वन ऑफ माई वर्क, अभी लेटेस्ट सीरीज का है, वाटर कलर है, मोनोक्रोमैटिक पेंटिंग। इस आर्ट तक पहुंचने की जर्नी भी अभी मैं आपको सुनाऊंगी कि काम को आप कैसे इवॉल्व कर सकते हो। छोटी सी जर्नी है, बहुत शॉर्ट में बताऊंगी, जिससे आप लोगों को कुछ फायदा ही होगा। जब हम आर्ट में आना शुरू करते हैं तो हमें ब्यूटीफुल चीज़ें ज़्यादा अच्छी लगती हैं। हम सोचते हैं हम ये ब्यूटीफुल चीज़ें बनाएंगे तो वो आर्ट हो जाएगी, पर वो आर्ट नहीं है। आर्ट इज टू एक्सप्रेस योरसेल्फ। आर्ट में आप कुछ कहना चाहते हो, कुछ देना चाहते हो, और आपको देना भी चाहिए। आप समाज से इतना कुछ सीखते हो, इतना कुछ लेते हो, तो आपको रिटर्न भी करना चाहिए। इट्स योर मॉरल ड्यूटी। तो जब हम आर्ट करते हैं तो ब्यूटीफाई उसको करने की कोशिश करते हैं, वो ब्यूटी जो है वो ओवर हो जाती है कई बार। आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आपको कहाँ रुकना है और किस तरफ आगे बढ़ना है। जैसे जैसे हम बड़े होते चले जाएंगे वैसे वैसे हमें लगता चला जाएगा कि बहुत ज़्यादा ब्यूटीफुल चीज़ें जो हैं वो आर्ट नहीं है। यू हैव टू शेड समथिंग। जो सिंप्लिसिटी है वो ज़्यादा खूबसूरत है। आप लोगों ने ताज देखा है? ताज, आगरा का ताज, ताजमहल। ताजमहल में जो ब्यूटी है, और वहां पे आप गए हो कभी दयाल बाग? आगरा में दयाल बाग देखा है? दयाल बाग एक टेम्पल है वहां का, वो आज तक बने जा रहा है, और मैं शायद वहां गई होंगी मेरा ख्याल से 40 साल पहले, और वो आज तक भी बने जा रहा है। और उसको शायद ये श्राप है एक तरह से कहना चाहिए कि वो कभी पूरा नहीं होगा। और लोग वहाँ एक एक पिलर जो है इतना डेडिकेटेडली उसको बना रहे हैं, और इतनी ज्यादा कार्विंग हो रही है कि वो एक एक पिलर ओवर होता चला जा रहा है। जैसे कि एक ब्राइड को आप ओवर चीजें पहना दीजिए, सब कुछ ऊपर से नीचे तक लाद दीजिए, तो वो ओवर हो जाएगी, आप देख नहीं पाओगे उसे, राइट? उसी तरह वो ओवर डेकोरेटेड होता चला जा रहा है। और ताज की सिंप्लिसिटी क्या है? वो आपको वैसे ही मोहित कर लेती है, वो अपने तरफ खींचती है आपको। तो जितना सिंपल आप रहेंगे उतना ज्यादा वो आप लोगों को अट्रैक्ट कर पाएंगे। जितना ओवर लद जाएंगे उतना ही ज्यादा आप दूसरों को अपने से दूर कर लेंगे, मेरा ये मानना है। तो ये वाटर कलर्स हैं, और ये मेरी जर्नी है, इनवर्ड जर्नी। तो आप हाँ स्लाइड चेंज करते जाइए प्लीज। मैं सोचती हूँ कि ईश्वर ने हमें जो बनाया है इस संसार में, ये बड़ी अच्छी क्रिएशन की है भगवान ने। और हम सब जो हैं ईश्वर के संसार के उनके जो गार्डन उन्होंने बनाया है उसके फ्लावर्स हैं, सब हम फ्लावर्स हैं, और हमारी सबकी अपनी अपनी खुशबू है। तो हम अपनी इंडिविजुअलिटी को खोएं क्यों अगर हम दूसरों को कॉपी करने में लग जाते हैं। हमें दूसरों की बनाई हुई चीजें अच्छी लगती हैं, हम सोचते हैं उस जैसा बना लें तो बहुत अच्छा बन जाएगा, तो वो हमें नहीं करना चाहिए। अपनी इंडिविजुअल पहचान बनाने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारी अपनी खुशबू है, वो हमारे काम से झलकनी चाहिए कि हमारी क्या खुशबू है, और खुशबू आएगी उसमें से। और जब आपकी खुशबू फैलेगी तो लोग अपने आप आपकी तरफ खींचेंगे, और पैसा भी अपने आप चल के आएगा। आपको ना पैसे के पीछे भागने की जरूरत है, ना और किसी को कॉपी करने की जरूरत है। इस कॉम्पिटिटिव वर्ल्ड में कंपटीशन बहुत है, और आपको चीजें भी बहुत देखने को मिलेंगी। आजकल तो मोबाइल है, आपके हाथ में सब कुछ, पूरे वर्ल्ड की आर्ट आपको देखने को मिल जाएगी, लेकिन किसी को कॉपी करने की जरूरत नहीं है। आप उनसे इंस्पिरेशन लीजिए, इंस्पायर होके कुछ ना कुछ बनाइए, उससे आगे चलिए, अपनी जर्नी अपने आप बनाइए। तो इंस्पिरेशन जब होगी उसको डिक्लेयर करिए, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है कि आप किससे इंस्पायर होके बना रहे हैं। जैसे मैं हूं, मैं पॉल क्ली से बहुत इंस्पायर्ड हूं। मेरे काम में आपको शायद पॉल क्ली कहीं दिख भी जाएगा, लेकिन मैं उसको कॉपी नहीं करती। जो आपको अच्छा लगे उसको सामने रखिए और आंखें बंद कर लीजिए, उस किताब को बंद कर दीजिए, उस फोन को बंद कर दीजिए, और फिर अपने ढंग से उसको बनाइए, और बना के अपनी जगह खुद ढूंढिए कि आप कहाँ तक उसको कर सकते हैं। चेंज योरसेल्फ, और चेंज करते करते आपकी जर्नी जो है वो आगे बढ़ जाएगी, क्योंकि हम सभी यात्रा पे हैं, कुछ ना कुछ ढूंढ रहे हैं, खोज रहे हैं। आगे बढ़ते चले जाएंगे और आपको अपना रास्ता मिलता चला जाएगा। टॉक टू योरसेल्फ, डू मेडिटेट फॉर सम टाइम। 5-10 मिनट अपने आप से बैठिए, रोज बातें करिए और अपने अंदर ढूंढिए कि क्या क्या हम कर सकते हैं और किस चीज को कहाँ तक चेंज में ला सकते हैं। तो आपको अपना रास्ता अपने आप मिलता चला जाएगा। मेरी जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई मिनिएचर पेंटिंग से। मैं मिनिएचर्स किया करती थी कॉलेज टाइम में, और मिनिएचर्स को मैंने इतना चेंज किया कि कंपोजिशंस अपनी बनाई हैं, और उस दिनों स्प्रे वर्क बहुत पॉपुलर हुआ था, तो उस पर स्प्रे करके मैंने कुछ हिस्सा दिखाया, कुछ छुपाया। तो वो खेल करके जो मैंने कुछ पेंटिंग्स बनाई, और उन दिनों कॉम्पिटिशन्स बहुत हुआ करते थे ललित कला अकेडमी के, साहित्य कला परिषद के। साहित्य कला परिषद में मैंने पेंटिंग दी, वहाँ अवार्ड मिल गया, तो एक पुशअप मिला आपको। तो वो जब पुशअप मिलता है तो आप आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करते हो। उसमें कुछ सीरीज में मैंने काम किया, और फिर धीरे धीरे करके मुझे लगा कि नहीं, ये थोड़ा रिपीटिशन है, बिकॉज मिनिएचर तो मिनिएचर ही है, तो मुझे चेंज करना चाहिए। मैंने उसमें से फिगर्स को बड़ा किया, फिर धीरे धीरे करके बिल्डिंग्स को मेन लाई और फिगर्स को हटा दिया। तो फिगर्स बिल्कुल हट गई। जब बिल्डिंग्स आ गई तो उनको चेंज करते करते इतना खेली कि उनको एब्स्ट्रैक्ट कर दिया, वो बिल्कुल एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पेंटिंग्स हो गई। वो सीरीज मेरी बड़ी हिट रही। उन्हीं दिनों दिल्ली की बड़ी एक फेमस गैलरी के साथ मैं कनेक्ट हुई, और उन्होंने मेरे बहुत सारे काम हाथों हाथ बेच दिए। और बेचने से ये नहीं हुआ कि मैं वहाँ रुक गई हूँ, मैं वहाँ चलती रही। अपनी जर्नी अपने आप चलती रहती है, उसको रोकना नहीं चाहिए। जो बहाव है नदी का, उसको बहने दिया जाए। अगर आप नदी के बहाव को रोक देंगे तो वो स्टेल हो जाएगा पानी। इसलिए बेटर यह है कि आप जिस तरफ आपको रास्ता मोड़ता चला जा रहा है, वहां आप चलते चले जाइए, रुकिए मत। चाहे कितनी एप्रिसिएशन मिल रही हो आपको, चाहे कितना ही अवार्ड मिल रहे हो, चाहे कितना ही पैसा मिल रहा हो, आप रुकिए मत, अपने चलते रहिए अपनी जर्नी पे, और उसी से आपको रास्ता मिलेगा। और वो भी जब एब्स्ट्रैक्ट्स करते करते मुझे लगा कि नहीं, इसमें कुछ मुझे फेसेस दिखाई दे रहे हैं, तो मेरी हेड सीरीज स्टार्ट हुई, और उन्हीं बिल्डिंग्स में से मैंने हेड्स निकाले, और मेरे हेड सीरीज स्टार्ट हुई। हेड्स खेलते खेलते फिर मुझे लगा कि इसकी फिगर भी बन जानी चाहिए, तो अपने ही स्टाइल की मेरी फिगर्स बन गई। उन फिगर्स पे मैंने इतना काम किया, सालों साल मैं काम करती रही, और करते करते अब मेरी फिगर्स ये बिल्कुल चेंज हो गई हैं। आपको कहीं मिनिएचर दिखाई दे रही है इसमें? मेरे किसी भी काम में अब तक कोई मिनिएचर नजर आई? तो सब कुछ बिल्कुल चेंज हो चुका। तो आप ऐसे स्टाइल इवॉल्व करते हैं अपना खुद का, तब आप कह सकते हैं कि हाँ, आपने खुद अपना रास्ता तय किया है। पका पकाया नहीं मिला आपको, आपने रास्ता तय किया है, और उस रास्ते पे आपको स्ट्रगल भी करनी पड़ेगी, कभी कभी फाके भी करने पड़ेंगे, और मजबूती से खड़ा भी रहना पड़ेगा। तो जो जीता वही सिकंदर कहते हैं ना, जो आगे बढ़ गया, जिसके हाथ में सब कुछ आ गया, सिकंदर तो वही कहलाता है। तो आपको सिकंदर ही बनना है, ठीक है? तो मैं सोचती हूँ कि काफी कुछ मैंने कह दिया है। लिख के तो मैं बहुत कुछ लाई थी। तो आप अपने ऊपर ध्यान दीजिए। मैं सोचती हूँ अपने ऊपर ध्यान दीजिए, अपने एटीट्यूड के ऊपर ध्यान दीजिए, अपनी थिंकिंग के ऊपर ध्यान दीजिए, अपनी अप्रोच के ऊपर काम करिए, अपने काम के ऊपर ध्यान दीजिए। इधर उधर की बातों में ज्यादा ना जाइए। अपनी आंखें खुली रखिए, अपना दिमाग खुला रखिए, किसी चीज में बंधिए मत। हर तरह की आर्ट अप्रिशिएट करने का एक हुनर बनाइए। हर एक के अंदर कुछ अच्छा ढूंढने का हुनर बनाइए। एक दूसरे से कंपटीशन करके एक दूसरे के ऊपर चढ़ के आगे नहीं बढ़ना है, हमें एक दूसरे के साथ आगे बढ़ना है, ठीक है? किसी किसी का फायदा नहीं उठाना, हमें उनको साथ लेके चलना है और साथ में सीखना है। अपने बड़ों की इज्जत करनी है, अपने टीचर्स की इज्जत करनी है। आपका नाम कितना भी बड़ा हो जाए, आपका टीचर टीचर ही रहेगा, क्योंकि आगे आपको वही बढ़ाता है, ठीक है ना? तो हमें आगे बढ़ना है, लेकिन किसी को पिछाड़ने की कोशिश नहीं करनी है, ठीक? तो मैं सोचती हूँ खुद ही को कर बुलंद इतना कि खुदा बंदे से खुद पूछे, बता तेरी रजा क्या है। तो अपने आप को बुलंद करने की कोशिश करिए, और आपका काम अपने आप अच्छा हो ही जाएगा। अच्छा आप आर्ट कर ही लेंगे, क्योंकि आप इतनी अच्छी फैकल्टी में पढ़ रहे हैं, फैकल्टी के अंदर पढ़ रहे हैं, इतनी अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़ रहे हैं, तो अच्छा आर्टिस्ट तो आप बन ही जाएंगे। लेकिन अच्छा इंसान भी बनिए जिससे आपके काम में आपकी खुशबू नजर आए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you, ma'am, for your presentation and heartfelt words. Next, I call on to Ms. Smita Pava. Ms. Smita Pava, she has over 15 years of experience in product design and strategy. Ms. Pava has built a career on delivering impactful, user-centered digital experiences across diverse industries. Beginning as a 3D texturing artist, where she contributed to Emmy and Cannes award-winning projects, she discovered her passion for UI/UX design while creating engaging educational product for children at Jumpstart. Today, as a creative director at Photon, a leading digital and AI agency serving 40% of Fortune 100 companies, she leads a multidisciplinary team to design best-in-class products that generate millions in revenue. Her leadership has earned her multiple recognitions for outstanding performance, quality output, and innovative approaches. A strong advocate for design excellence, she fosters team collaboration and innovation through empathy and people-focused leadership. We welcome you, ma'am.
Um,
Sorry for the inconvenience. Just take a minute or two, some technical glitch.
Hello. Sorry about the delay. We were experiencing some technical glitches. Thank you for your patience. First of all, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending today's session. I would like to thank Amity for inviting me over and sharing the stage with some of the talented speakers that I got a chance with. So thank you so much for that. Today, we're going to be talking about transforming business through design. We want to understand, today I'm going to be explaining more about how design helps with growing the business and generating more revenue. Today's agenda is going to be, I'm going to be giving a brief, although the introduction that she made, that was very beautiful. And thank you so much for that. I'm going to cover some of the, sorry, the font size is just messed up. But I'll start with a quick introduction of mine, and then we'll talk about what is a digital product and the importance of design in the digital product, 4 key areas to design better digital products. And then towards the end, I'm going to share some of the AI design tools that are out there in the market that you can use and explore to design these digital products. And towards the end, we will also, I'll try to leave a few minutes for any questions if you may have any. So starting with a quick introduction about myself, as she mentioned, I live in Dallas, Texas. I started my career as a 3D texturing artist. I was into animation industry. I started my career as a 3D texturing artist, got a chance to work with DreamWorks, Nickelodeon. I'm going to share a slide that shows all the clients that I've worked in the past. I was fortunate to work on some of the projects that also was rewarded and awarded as Emmy and Canes Awards. Currently working as a creative director at Photon. It's a global leader in AI and design solutions. So this is where I'm going to share most of my experience. I've been with the company for close to 4.5, 5 years now. And most of the projects that I've worked with is with Photon. I'm also an executive board member of American Institute of Graphic Arts, which is a very renowned institute, a nonprofit organization. We have over 100,000 members, and they've contributed in many different ways. I've been with them for close to 10 months now. I'm also a design jury of some of the international awards. If you didn't get a chance to look at it, please look at A Design, W3, Dave or Petron Communicator Awards. And if you want, you can participate and get awards as well. Also published on Forbes and Tech Bullion. So some of the works was published in some of the strategies that I'm also going to share briefly today was also published on Forbes and Tech Bullion. Overall, 15 plus, 16 plus years of experience, managed 40 plus people in my management experience, and transformed 50 plus businesses plus 1 billion users, satisfied users that I had a chance to work with. All right, so these are some of the clients and companies that I had fortune to work with. These are some of them, and you probably know some of them already. All right, so we'll start with what is a digital product? And before we get into the details of what is a digital product, I want to quickly ask you some very simple, basic questions. How many of you, and please raise your hands, how many of you have used smartphones, or how many of you are using smartphones? Please raise your hand if you have a smartphone. All right, so you will understand exactly what I'm going to talk about today. And how many of you are using websites on a daily basis? Pretty much everyone. So that's why it's a relatable content for you. And then the last thing is, does anyone of you have Netflix or any similar product subscriptions? Very nice. Okay, so now we're going to talk about what is the digital product. These are the digital products that you've been using on a daily basis. World is transforming into digital, and now with the whole AI wave, we know there's just so many changes coming soon. So this is what I'm going to talk about today. What is the digital product, and how business use these digital or design technologies to earn more revenue through the digital products. So any software application that provides value to the users is a digital product. What is the role of design in the digital product? Can anyone tell me if design is just for the look and feel, or it is more than that? Design is not just for look and feel, but it's also how you use the product. So on the left, you see the image. It's beautiful looking, but you can't really use that chair, right? So it's a bad design. And that's exactly what we are going to be talking about, how to build products that are good, that has good design, that you can actually use. Similar, or this something that you can relate, like if you're using an app on your phone, an app is a frustrating experience. You have like your payment is getting stuck. You cannot browse the products on your app. Would you be using those apps? No, right? Because the application experience was bad. So that's what we're going to be talking about, that how you can build good products that also provides value and that has a good experience. Product usability and performance frequently determine whether users will return to your app. If you don't have a good experience, if you don't have a usable product, people are not going to come to the product or the app, right? So that's what we have to understand. 90% of the users stop using the application if it is not designed well. So it is more than just how it looks, but it's also about how it performs and how usable the product is. How can we build good products? So there are 4 main areas to build good products. Number 1 is business, research. Number 2 is research. Number 3 is user experience. And number 4 is UI. And most of us think that UI is the main part, where you get the visual markets, and that's the main thing about a digital product. But that's not the thing. You actually have to understand business, research, user experience, and then the UI comes into the picture. We'll start with the business. I'm going to give a slight deep dive into each of these areas because this is going to be a very short presentation. It's very hard for me to explain a lot of the details about each of these areas. But to understand on a very, very basic level, every designer, if you want to be a product designer, you have to understand the business, how the company is making money or how the company is generating the money through that product. You have to understand that at a very basic level. So some of the things that we all understand is product vision statement. As a designer, I want to understand what is the main purpose of each of these applications. For example, anyone knows that Zoom or Insta, these are the products that have a standard vision statement. Their purpose is standard. For example, Zoom to make video communication frictionless. That's their purpose. That's why they're building the application. The second one is Insta, something that everyone probably uses to capture those moments and share with friends and family and inspire others. Now, once you have the product detail statement or product vision statement, you've understood that part, then it's very easy for you to understand some of the other features that will get involved in the product designing, such as, like, for example, if it's Instagram, if you want to share, you need a camera feature and probably a filter feature to enhance that. And then if you want to sharing functionality, then you need a comment or a like sort of functionality along with just the share. So these are some of the other enhancements, features that you have when you're building a product. And for that, you have to understand what's the purpose of this product. And towards the end, I would say in the business area, you have to understand what is the success matrix going to look like? How are you going to define the success of this product? So you need to understand some of that as well. For example, for Zoom, increase conversions from free to paid users. So for example, if you're using a Zoom free version, and if you get converted to a paid version of the Zoom, that means you like that product and you want to invest in that product and you are actually purchasing it. You became from the free users, you became a paid user. So that's what we have to define when we're building the products, the digital products. Research, a thorough UX research, user experience research, and competitive research is required before you dive into the designs. So the first thing would be building personas. Building personas is just basically an exercise that you build a fictional character to understand the needs, motivations, and pain points of the users. They act as like a representative of millions of users who are going to be using that product. So you need to understand the persona, and you build that persona. And then the competitive, okay, thank you. Competitive analysis, and then the journey. Competitive analysis would be more about how to understand the market, and then how do you make better products that are already available in the market. And then towards the end, it's going to be the journey map, which is the journey of the user from the start to the end of the product. And then comes the user experience piece, which is information architecture. You decide the hierarchy of the information. What's the most important thing in a product versus the least important thing in a product? You build wireframes, you create wireframes. Those are basically grayscale images, which helps you to lay out the important features on the screen. And then the prototyping, which is basic prototyping, is going to be clickable for you to test this out in the future. And then comes the visuals. You see how visual comes towards the end. There's a lot of hard work goes into building products before you actually get to the visual aspect. And then there's a testing. User testing is just something that I always recommend every client of mine just to understand before you start coding these softwares. You need to understand if it's worth investing millions of dollars in coding or building the overall product. So you test them with the real users with the basic prototyping, and that's where we understand whether the users are following the product, they're finding it usable, and everything is functioning well. And then if everything is good, then you start coding and engineering the products. And then you build a good user-friendly product towards the end. These are some AI design tools that I highly recommend. If you want to explore this, you can explore these tools. It's UX Pilot, Lovable, and Figma Make. They're free, at least for certain limit. I think it's free, and then you have to pay for exploring further. But these are great products if you want to explore some of these. Also, you can follow me on LinkedIn and I can help you with if you are interested in product designing in the future, I can help you with your resumes, online portfolios, and any design process related questions you may have. You can please reach out to me and I will gladly help you to, gladly answer to help. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'll invite our respected chairperson, Mr. Divya Chauhanji, who was already in. She was listening to all the speakers online. And ma'am, can I request you to say a few words?
A very good afternoon, Dr. Joshi. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all the students and all our lovely speakers. Thank you so much for being there with us today. It's been a very interesting morning, I think, for all of you. For the students, firstly, may I please request you all to please give a loud applause to all your speakers. They are here for you. They've taken out time for you. I cannot hear the clapping, but I hope it's loud. Dr. Joshi, is everybody clapping, I hope?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone to be here. I'm sorry, I was just trying to fix my setting to see if I can see all of you. If you can just give me a second. I'm not being able to see the students. Yeah, now I can. Thank you so much. It's been a nice morning for all of you. I have learned a lot myself. Nupurji was here. She was the first speaker. I heard her. I have known her for many years. She's gone through a very tough time, but she has really developed and come out beautifully. And I must say her journey has been very interesting and she's made the most of it. So I think if you do some research, you'll understand why she's been through a tough time. And it's a very interesting journey. So all of you can do something always. Kshitij, thank you. I did enjoy what you said about validation. I think it's the most important thing, and this generation always likes validation. If their friends agree, then they agree. John Zika, I don't know Professor John Zika is still on or no. He's always very loyal to Amity. He always joins us. At some wee hour, saw him in the morning, but thank you for always being there. Vandana ji, I really enjoyed listening to you because aapka message to the students was the best, especially for this generation. I think it's very important to take everyone together. So thank you so much. It's important for this generation to know how to move together and to respect your elders and take everybody ahead together. And that's how you learn and develop. Smita ji, I must say you have a very impressive background and a lot to learn. I have also noted down all the tools that you guided for design, all the AI tools. Thank you so much. And I hope you keep coming back. Dallas is where I have some family staying. So hopefully if we visit, we will do that. But for the students, you must utilize this. Professor John Zika's online. Smita ji is there. Everybody is there. You should try and see if you can get some internships with them, even if you can work on some projects. They're all there for you. They come for you. They join for you. So thank you so much. I see Wet Gellis. Thank you for being there. I'm sorry I didn't hear you.
Ma'am, she's the next speaker. Yeah, she's
Okay,
from
wonderful.
Argentina.
Sorry, I didn't realize that I have disrupted this and I would have spoken after you've spoken. But I will wait for you to speak. And Professor John Zika, thank you. I know it's a very odd hour for you, but you're very loyal. Thank you for being there. And I like the lithographs that you showed us. Very interesting. I might request you for the slides later for a smaller class group. It might be more interesting to them. So thank you, everyone. Dr. Joshi, congratulations to you and your team. I will not take more time because we have another speaker, and I think we should continue. Please thank your team for putting this together. And congratulations, Dr. Joshi, to you and your team. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for being there. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. With this, we come to the end of the inaugural session of ICIVA'25. Guys, please close the session with a round of applause. And we'll start our second session.
Now, from this second session, we will have the our esteemed invited speakers, and then we will have along with them, we will have the paper presentations by the researchers.
Can we officially close the session? Thank you, sir. May I request all the guests to please come? Good afternoon for the technical session 1. We have our invited speaker, Ms. Yvette Gillis. Ms. Yvette Gillis lives and works in Los Angeles, California. After attending UCLA and Art Center College of Design in Pasadena, CA, she received her MFA in 2008 from Claremont Graduate University. Born and raised in Chicago area, the vast open terrain, in contrast to the urban sprawl, set up structures for her painting and echo of retreat, the impartment and mutable states depicting her work. Ms. Gillis has exhibited nationally and internationally, including the Pasadena Museum of California Art, St. Jacques Exil, Deville, France, the Torrent Art Museum, California, and so on. Among her many reviews, most notably are the San Francisco Chronicle, the Los Angeles Times, the Huffington Post, Square Cylinder, Art and American Magazine, LA Weekly, and so on. Ms. Gillis has been awarded artist residing with exhibitions in Taiwan, France, Austria, Arizona, and the 18th Street Art Center, Santa Monica. Her work include in numerous private and public collections. May I request you, ma'am, to please take over. Thank you.
Good morning. I hope you all can hear me. I am actually serving as the faculty and resident in Buenos Aires right now, so it's about 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I guess these are a little bit out of order, so I'll be jumping around. I'll talk a little bit about my work. This is a recent work that was hanging at the Weizmann Museum last year. First, I guess I'd like to say a few things that would be more interesting to you before I delve into my own work, just a little bit. And that is that contemporary art, has changed dramatically in our lifetime. And Los Angeles, because I'm a Los Angeles-based artist, is one of the places where you can really feel that kind of a shift. So a generation ago, LA was seen as a kind of far edge, end of the world, sort of interesting place, but secondary to New York and Europe. And today it's really considered a global arts center. All the major galleries have opened spaces now in Los Angeles. And of course, we have wonderful museums, the Hammer Museum, LACMA, the Getty, the Broad, ICIVA'25. And we have so many wonderful, because it's a fantastic place to live and work. But on top of all that's happening in Los Angeles and how the scene has shifted, now we're facing something completely different. And it's a very political time in our country, in the United States. And it's hard to talk about what's going on in the art world. A year ago, I would have had a different conversation with you. So I'll just briefly say that under the new administration, under Trump, we have a lot of cuts to the arts. And it's causing an enormous change and fear in the voices of many artists. And it's an important time to be true to yourself, to continue to work and produce. And your voice is needed more than ever, actually. So the National Endowment for the Arts, the NEA, the Institute of Museum and Library Services, all agencies that historically provided critical funding to the artists, museums, theaters, cultural institutions, have now faced major staff cuts, funding reductions, and reorganization under this current administration. And these shifts affect the infrastructure that supports artistic work worldwide. You just can't talk about what it's like to be an artist anymore in the United States without mentioning that. It's like closing your eyes. So I'm going to talk about my work now as I'm in the midst of creating new work. So this painting you're looking at right now is 9 feet tall and about 7 feet wide. Much of my work has dealt with multiple different kinds of materials that I explore. But you'll notice in all of my work, there is a deep space of light, and then the materiality comes toward you. Let's move forward to the next image, please. Can we do that? They're moving all over the place. Okay, so this my early work dealt with large installations in which you could walk through the land in Los Angeles and in New York. And so as we went through COVID, and as we're watching what's happening politically, there is this desire to hang on to sort of this dream utopian hope in the midst of chaos, if you will. Next. Can we move on to the next? There we go. Okay. So after COVID, where the interconnectivity of humanity, which is so important to be an artist, to understand what is it like to be alive today? What is your life like? If you don't answer those questions, your work maybe is dreamlike. These are all optional things. But to be in California with fires and floods and earthquakes, we're facing a global warming situation physically, and it's in your face all the time. And I'm a professor at Pepperdine University in Malibu. So I will be heading back there at the beginning of the year, and again, we'll be facing what next? And every year it's dramatic. Let's change the image next, please. This is to give you an idea of the size of my works. That's me standing in front of the painting at the Weizmann Museum. Let's move on to the next image. So, so we're jumping around a little bit. Back to these ideas of fruits and vegetables and things that we hope that we're going to hang on to some of the favorite things that we can share universally. They're really become metaphors for this changing environment that I see. So, again, I'm working with different materials. These paintings are 7 by 7 feet wide. They're very large size, so that you can walk into this, feel that you can walk into the space, and the space can come out into the viewing area. Let's move on to the next one. Again, this is about an 8-foot tall painting by 7 feet wide. These again are paintings that I did after several seasons of fires and floods, a lot of the destruction. But my paintings are visceral in terms of the you can see the thickness of the paint and the various kinds of mark making that are the tension, that it's all drowning into sort of this mass of abstraction. I'm interested in that space between the restraints of representation and the ambiguity of abstraction. And I feel that in that space where there's some sense of reality and where the rest of it is somewhat abstracted, the viewer becomes the shared experience in the work. I think life is, you're all on a spiritual journey of relation, that my work opens up a space in which you can also have an experience. It's very experiential. The work is in front of it. I want you to want to touch the painting and feel that you can go inside of it. Let's move on to the next image, please. So after COVID, and I'm going back a little bit, I was very interested in the body. Again, this is a 7 by 7 foot painting, very, very, very large. And I had an exhibition at a gallery in Los Angeles called, this is from LA Louvre Gallery, which is a gallery that's been around for over 50 years, and it specializes in really important California artists. And after COVID, this idea that all human beings, really, no matter where you are on the planet, it's very important to me to also paint images of human and plant life, and that all life is sacred, and that we are all connected to one another, no matter where you are on this planet. The littlest thing that you may do, has an impact on every tree, every leaf, every root that goes under the ground, and this network of roots that reaches across under the world, connecting us all together, and that we're in this together, so that there's this love, for all of life. So all these ideas are they're spiritual, but universally appealing to all of humanity. And I think it's important that we care for each other. Let's go on to the next image. So it's kind of a bit of a dance. Sometimes I look at my work and I'm not sure really, where it came from. It came from being alive today. And this was again after COVID, and how this idea of life, the planet, what could be happening in some little town, even in India, could have a direct impact in my own health and in my own livelihood, in the way I see the world, the way I interpret, what it is to be alive today, that the humanity of the human voice, we can never underestimate the value of that. No matter how small you may feel or unimportant, your presence here was meant to be, and there's something important that each and every one of you have to do with your work. And so the tension of all these things at once it makes an extraordinary time to be alive and to be an artist. It's an extraordinary time for each and every one of you. So let's move on to the next work.
The total 8 slides. This is the last one.
Is that the last one? Oh, okay. Well then, I guess I can finish up because there's only a little bit of time left. Can I just say this, that no matter how bad things get, I'm going to make this super simple, that at the core of it, human nature will move forward, and we will. And your voice as an artist, an educator, a curator, a citizen is part of a broader tradition that defends the right to represent, to question, to imagine, and to connect us more deeply to each other. No matter the political moment, art moves us beyond fear and narrows gaps between us and reveals the shared humanity behind every face and every story. And it matters, and that's why it must go on. And it is a sacred space. So I just want to thank you for looking at some of my works today and for inviting me to be here. It's been a pleasure and an honor to hear the other speakers. And I wish I could be in the room and look at the faces of all of the students that are here today. So I thank you so much and wish you great art making because we need you.
Thank you so much, Yevet ma'am. It was lovely listening to you and to see the works. So though we're meeting online, but I'd really love to meet you in person. It's been lovely interacting with you always.
Thank you so much. It is such a pleasure. Thank you.
With that, I'll invite the first presenter for the technical session 1, Tradition, Folk Narratives and Contemporary Visual Cultures. Dr. Ankita Majumdar will be presenting her paper on emojis as visual language, a mixed method study of emojis used in social media communication from K.R. Mangalam University, Gurgaon. I invite you.
Very good morning to everyone. I'm Dr. Ankita Majumdar, Assistant Professor from K.R. Mangalam University. Today I'm going to present my research paper. Slide. The topic of my research paper is emojis as visual language, a mixed method study of emoji used in social media communication. Next slide. Slide the same or so that's it. Next slide, ma'am. So आप लोग सारे लोग ही emojis use करते होंगे when you communicate. So emoji is a part of our life now. The evolution of communication. Communication has evolved from letters and calls. Ma'am, introduction. Introduction, first slide. Introduction. The evolution of communication. Communication has evolved from letters and calls to its shortest form called emojis. Emojis as visual language. Emojis are visual language that adds a layer of expression to digital conversation, enhancing understanding and bridging gap left by text alone. For example, if we wish someone best of luck, it goes only plain text. And when we put emoji best of luck, like here, it gives lives, emotions, impact, and prominence. They are critical in enhancing emotional resonance and communicative depth in online platform. Social media companies invest heavily in them, leading to a potential decline in word uses as a single emoji can convey much more. In 2015, the face with tears of joy emoji was named the Oxford Dictionary's word of the year. Next slide. Now, what is the definition of emoji? It is adapted by English adaptation of the Japanese word meaning picture, word, picture, moji, letter, or character. Emoji as a visual language. Approximately 700 million emojis are used daily in Facebook posts alone. The face with tears of joy is the most popular on Facebook and Twitter. The red heart is favored on Instagram. Our brain process visual information faster than text. About 90% of incoming data is visual, making emojis highly effective. They act as non-verbal cues, enhancing humor, sarcasm, and emotional expression. Dempsey described them as new semiotic system. The psychology of emojis. Emojis are essential for accurately expressing feelings and mirroring human moods, non-verbal cues in digital communication. Design and semiotic elements, that is color and shape. Color, shape, and size are crucial for meaning transmission in emojis. Color evoke particular emotion, that is red for anger, intensity, yellow for happiness, and is contextual signs impacting emotion processing. Next. Now, what is a research problem? Can emojis serve a universal language in social media communication? How are emojis an effective visual tool for engaging audience on social media? How can emojis be used creatively and successfully, particularly to connect with Generation Z, that is Gen Z? Research objective: to explore how emoji function as universal visual language in social media communication, to examine how emoji contribute to creating strong visual impact and audience engagement in digital interaction. Slide. The approach, what is the methodology? Mixed media methodology I have used, in which the goal to understand both the design and users pattern and the perception and interpretation of users. So I have used qualitative component, content analysis of curated emoji sequence from Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, focus on shape, size, color, and sequence to understand concrete, effective, and cultural meaning. Quantitative, in which survey research I have took, structured survey there is via Google form for 100 participants. Emoji use frequency, preferred emojis, emotional effect, and cross-cultural effective are the measures. Analysis. The study cross-verify conclusion by comparative qualitative theme with quantitative statistical findings. Next slide. Qualitative analysis, finding and conclusion. Qualitative analysis of sample from WhatsApp, Facebook, and YouTube showed shape and color. The circular yellow face represent openness and positivity. Red heart eyes symbolize passion, warmth, and attraction. Repetition intensity. Repetition of an emoji, that is through 2, 3, 4, 5 repetitions, amplifies the emotional intensity. Visual narratives, group of emojis can reflect emotional progression, balancing warmth and serenity and visual reinforcing harmony. Engagement. Emoji are used to convey playful, harmonious tone and foster immediate engagement and emotional connection. Visual semiotic role. Emoji function as a visual metaphor, allowing user to communicate nuance, ideas, and emotional intensity beyond textual expression. Next slide. Respondent profile. The majority of 30 respondent were in 18 and 25 age group who use emoji the most. Platform preference, Instagram and WhatsApp are the most popular channel for emoji communication. Appeal and frequency. Most participants find emojis appealing or very appealing due to their emotional clarity. Nearly all respondents use emoji often or everywhere. Design influence, color. 68.2 reported that color of emoji influenced their interpretation, that is yellow friendliness, and red intensity. Shape, facial expression emojis, 63.6% are used most often, followed by hand gesture. Expressiveness, face and facial expression, 50% were cited as contributing most to an emoji overall expressiveness. So overall conclusion is that the emoji are full-fledged means of expression and visual language in digital communication, actively used to demonstrate tone, warmth, and liveliness. Gen Z use emoji an essential instrument to maintain authenticity, emotionality in digital interaction. Whereas, where the design elements of emojis such as color, form, proportion, and style play a significant role to interpret emotion. These visual cues enhance clarity, reduce ambiguity, and make communication more intuitive and engaging. Thank you.
That was an intense diet on emojis and visual language by Dr. Ankita Majumdar. Next, we have presentation by Mr. Akash Rajput on identity of Indian animation in modern media. He is a faculty at Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University. I welcome you, sir.
Very good morning, everyone. Please don't be dead inside, you know. So this is my topic. I'm not very prepared, and this is my first time paper presentation. So identity of Indian animation in modern India. This is my topic, and I think I have some hope for animation in future. There are many visual artists who are converting themselves as animators or in motion graphics field. So where India stands in the field of animation, like 2D animation or 3D animation or any form of animation. Next slide, please. So first of all, the common misconception about animation in India is it's solely meant for children, but it's not. And whoever creating these animation are adults, not children. So everything related to identity, like whenever we talk about Indian animation, we think about mythology and all that stuff. We can talk about folklores, like there was this TV show named Christus and Baltimore. It's a very old show. I think they discontinued because it has very low viewership. And somehow Chota Bheem wins and that kind of thing. Another thing is our perspective towards animation and our perception. Perspective is sense that animation don't touch hardcore storytellings like deep, dark storytelling. But if you see this latest film, this called Basha, it's available on YouTube for free, and it's completely hand-drawn, but in digital medium, it's a watercolor medium. And it has a very dark storytelling, like two brothers, and it's about home and this tragedy. I'm not going to spoil it, but it has this very Indian feel. And we don't make this kind of films on very big scale. I don't know if studios are making or not, but we need more independent artists and animators to create these kind of films. We have another film which is called Sultana's Dream, which was available on movie. And Sultana's Dream was a 6-minute long short film. It has a very sensitive topic like religious conversion. You know what I'm talking about. And it also touches the very depth of society. And it was made by Indian animators, but very few people know about these films. Can we, next slide, please. So we have two popular films. One is Bombay Rose. It's available on Netflix. It's completely hand painted, like the way you paint on canvas. It's very similar to that. And frame by frame, each frame was painted in very painterly style, not exact animation, but painterly. And it has a very magical realism feel, like the story deep dive in Mughal era and at the same time in contemporary Mumbai. So that kind of storytelling. And another film, which is Desi Hoon, it's a very recent one. And it is made with indigenous wool. if you know the rural or people make this kind of material and they create that stop motion animation. It's available on YouTube. You can watch this free, and this is very Indian grounded. We should appreciate this kind of films, like we appreciate mainstream cinema, which is Bollywood, and I think they are not doing good work. That's, I think. Please, next slide, ma'am. And another thing is the design choice. Whenever you make a film, you choose some of the part. Like, how can you tell that this is made in India? Every time, whenever someone try to make an Indian animation film, they choose mythology. I don't know what is the perception, but we can make mythology is not the representative of India. So this is the series, I think it's upcoming, Bahubali, The Eternal War. If anyone has seen this trailer, this was made by the studio Riot Games. It's definitely not Indian, and it has a very arcane style animation, 3D animation with 2D texture paint, that kind of feel. So you have the traditional vibe, but at the same time with modern tech. So that kind of stuff. And again, the film is in controversy. I don't know the series. It's India. And themes and subjectivity. This is another topic which is similar to this. And the pioneer of Indian animation or Indian anime style, which was a movie named Ramayana, came in 1992. If anyone has seen this movie. So they never made the Mahabharata version because it was again in controversy, but it was very beautiful film. And we could make Indian anime. We could make, but I don't know. And there is this South Indian movie. It's called To See. I'm not sure what is the meaning of exact. If anyone has seen this, it has a very black and white aesthetic, and everything is hand painted. Anyone has seen this? No. I hope. Yeah. So we can make very good films. We just don't have either enough budget or people are not reaching towards these goals. We are more interested in I don't know. So this was a very unique approach. It's Return of Hanuman. This movie came out in 2007, directed by Anurag Kashyap. If you know, Anurag Kashyap make that kind of film, crime thriller. So he just took the mythological concept and turned it into like Gabbar style movie, that kind of scenario. So we can experiment. We just need more freedom to experiment. If we experiment and somebody come to me like, oh, you can't make this, that's the bit of a problem. And next slide, please. So censorship and freedom, this is the last or maybe one of the topics. What is censorship? You know, we have this TV show named So Sorry. It was created by India Today. If you have seen some of the videos, and it's more of a political satire thing, but it's not. Actually, it's not. They have very limited scope. They're not exploring, like they're not touching the sensibility of Indian society. At the same time, Family Guy, we cannot make that type of TV show in India. It's too dangerous. Okay, next. Next, please. The next thing is the digital battlefield. Animation is not limited to storytelling. It's also about the pre-visualization. Sometimes when a big budget movie enters in the game and they want to create something, so they pre-visualize through animation. So there is a lot of CGI and motion graphics going on in background of the movie. So we use this kind of. So if you remember this scene from RRR, and they completely pre-visualize this scene because lion and tiger and wolves, these were not available for real-time shoot. So they visualize it. Next. And currently we have more opportunities, more platforms. So we can hope that we can create something good. The attention economy, we call it like Instagram or whatever, all kind of OTT platforms. We have very limited time and we want to show our stories. Still, we have like YouTube and all these platforms. In previous days, we used to think about theatrical release, if we will have enough screens or not. Now it's not an issue. The only issue is to hustle and make a deal with the producer or whatever the person. And the last conclusion is we can create very good movies. Animation is not only for children, animation is for everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Akash Rajput, for giving the beautiful insights of Indian animation industry. Next, we have Ms. Priyal Gautam, and she's reading about the reacclimatization and impact through subverse art. She's assistant professor at Jagran Lake City University, Madhya Pradesh. We welcome. She's also alumni of Amity University. Please welcome her.
Good morning, guys. How are you all? Good? You guys seem bored. So, we can start, I think. Okay. So, I just have to say. Okay. So, hi everyone, I'm Priyal. And a few years back, I was just sitting there and now I'm here presenting at my first conference. And it's an honor. So what do you feel about this image? I put it here to gather your attention. Nothing? Anyone wants to say something about this? No? Okay. So we'll talk about art as a form of rebellion against political power. And as Akash sir also mentioned during his presentation, like there are things we cannot create in India because it is dangerous. So yeah, next slide, please. Next. So what exactly is subversive art? Basically, subversive art repurposes familiar signs and symbols, and it challenges institutions, spaces, and authority. Methods, they use a shocker or irony or satire as a form of to provoke reflection among people, to create disruption among you. The traditional forms that it uses in public are graffitis, mural. I'm sure you guys must be aware of it, what graffiti is. And yeah, we can move to next. Yeah, next, we can skip this, yeah. So anyone knows this artist? Do you know who that is? Yes. Who is he? Yeah, Banksy, great. So Banksy is one of the most infamous public artists. He's an activist who has used public spaces to raise voice against the authorities. So yeah, I will not be boring you with all the formats of research, and I will just directly, I think, jump into the case studies that I've picked. Do you guys know this sign? Have you watched One Piece? Yeah, I think. So, are you guys on in the internet? So, Acha, what is the word of the year? Do you know what word of the year is? Anyone? 6-7? 6-7? That is word of the year. So yeah, guys, it's very important to see what all is happening on the internet, and my research is very much based upon that. So yeah, next slide, please. So I have taken, this is the boring part, but just bear with me. I have taken qualitative case-based analysis through the secondary sources, through the internet. My cases were, one is of Banksy and the other one is Banksy Love is in the Bin, and the other one is one piece flag that was used during the Nepal protest. You remember what happened during the Nepal protest? You know what Gen Zs are known for? We are known for, memifying our misery. I hope you guys are aware of what memes are. You guys look very right now. So let's move on to the next slide. Next, yeah. So so a flag was raised during the Nepal protest. It's from One Piece and Straw Hat Jolly Roger, which was used as a form of rebellion and unifying the voices of the people who have been, shut out, and basically it became an emblem of opposition against the corruption during the Nepal protest. So yeah, this is one of the, I would say, a very fresh perspective, a very fresh form of art, evolved form of art that people, especially the Gen Zs, are using in the current stage. Yeah, next. Yeah. So I think we can skip this because we have very less time. So yeah, Banksy's charades from Girl with Balloon to Love is in the Bin. So during during the last decade, Banksy created an artwork which was later auctioned, and once it was sold for billions, the artwork automatically shredded. And basically, it was used as a form of protest against the commodification of the art. There has been a very, I would say, fatigue that is seen since the past few decades, and people like him are using art as as a fresh form of protest to commercialize or commodify things. Yeah, next. So yeah, it's the same thing all over again. That's how research paper work. We can move on to the next. Yeah, so tactical public canvases, people have, there are, apart from the Western culture, people in India are also using these art forms anonymously, and due to the political shift, they have to remain anonymous. And yeah, we'll be talking about that now. There are a few artists that we'll be talking about. Has anyone heard of Hanif Qureshi? Hanif Qureshi, Daku. He goes by the name Daku. He was also commissioned as one of the artists to display his work at Indian Art Fair. So yeah, ultimately he's also, commodifying. So yeah, we can move to the next. Yeah, so there is, okay. So there is Tyler, who's a street artist from Mumbai, and he has used stencils on public surfaces. Do you know Arnab Goswami? So he has used his name on Walk of Shame. Okay. Then we have Guess Who? He's an artist from Kerala, and he takes traditional art forms and merge them with popular culture to grab attention. You know what the Joker says, the Heath Ledger Joker? Some people like to watch the world burn. Dark Knight, guys. I hope you've seen Dark Knight. And then we have the infamous Hanif Qureshi, who used Matdan Mat Do. Okay? So yeah, these are the few artists. Yeah, we can move on to the next. So younger generation, since we all are on social media, we are using different forms and we are questioning, we are known as the rebellious generation, and we are using different styles to show our emotions, to show what we believe in. And yeah, that's all reclamation of art is. Impact of art is in subversive. Next. Yeah, so I think that's all. I will not take more time. Yeah, so yeah, we can move to the next slide. So there is future directions as well that this research can move forward in. There is one of the most prominent is the digital platforms, as the retention rate has gone down. We can move on and study how people are speaking on Instagram or Facebook and maybe Reddit. That can be part of the research in the later format. Yeah, I think, yeah, that's it. Thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation by Ms. Piyal Gautam. Now we have narration in quilt by Dr. Preeti Swayamukta. She is Associate Professor, Department of Painting, JNU Architecture and Fine Arts. Welcome you. It's on to you, ma'am.
Am I audible? I request Sugandha to share the slides. So since we have only 5 minutes, I just want to give you a gist of what when I talk about quilt in narration, I am referring to the Gee's Bend community of the Alabama in the United States of America, where I was, privileged to go to do my postdoctoral in Fulbright, the Fulbright Fund. So my subject was Women in Quilt Art of the South Gulf Region, and investigation into their contribution to the 21st century America. So this was what it was. And from there came different developments of different kinds of papers I presented. And I'm thankful to Geetika and Amity for inviting me and accepting my paper. But since there are students here, I don't want to bore you. Good afternoon to all of you from Hyderabad. I'm Dr. Preeti Samyukta, head of the department, associate professor, a Fulbright postdoctoral scholar. So this is about Gee's Bend, the quilters of the Gee's Bend, which historically have been isolated from the African, the next slide please, the African American community known for its vibrant and abstract quilts. I cannot see the slide. Can we go to the next slide? Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible, ma'am.
Yeah, I cannot see the next slide. The slide isn't moving. The next slide, yeah. The next slide, yes, yes. So this is the Gee's Bend, the Boykin, which they don't like to be called Boykin, is an African-American community. Today it has just 300 odd families doing quilt work. They were brought as slaves in 1800 by Joseph G. And that's how you have the Gee's Bend, the G of the Joseph G, and the bend is the Alabama River Bend. So they like to be called the Gee's Bend community, which originally came to be Gee's Bend from the 1800. And these enslaved individuals were later transferred to the Petway family. So Bendolph and Petway are two surnames that these African American community women like to be called. So they had this cotton farm or plantation for which they were brought as slaves, and they were forced into slavery. So there was a part of the history that says that these beautiful quilts were made as an escape route for these slaves to escape from the plantation. The next slide. The Civil War collapsed the abolishing the institution of slavery, which was primarily the source of labor. And eventually it ended less profitable economic system for the local community. So if you look at this quilt, they all remind me of the, the Dutch painter P.A. Mondrian. So the next slide. I've done a few review of literature, and Rebecca mentions in her quilt of Gisbend, of the isolated community of Gisbend, started quilting in the 19th century, arose from a physical need of warmth, that is the utility product, to piercing together scraps that never had been expressed in quilts. And Elizabeth Johnson Huff writes in South Alabama Quilts and Their Makers about the snake quilt, which was originated in 19th century, and it is a different kind of quilt from all the other varieties of the Gisbend community. The next slide. The quilt for utility's sake, let's talk about it. As I said earlier, it was actually an escape route for the probable people who wanted to escape the cotton plantation. Eventually, they became sharecrop holders of the cotton farm after the Civil War. And then it was William Arnett of the Souls Grown Deep. He had an organization later because he bought a huge number of quilts from these people. One fine day just goes strolling into the Gisbend community and finds a lot of these quilts being sun-dried on the fences and houses of these, and he was wondering about the kind of work that these women are doing. So he collected these quilts and got it to his museum. So he has a museum called the Souls Grown Deep in Atlanta. Around a lot of history is in his place. He was the one, William Arnett was the one who brought the next slide, the Gisbend to its historical today, as how it is seen by the world. So the key characters and types of quilts, I am not going deep into it, we don't have time, but you have the My Way quilt, the work cloth quilts, that's the working clothes that they used. Then the Sears corduroy quilt, a lot of corduroys have been used in these quilts because they have, other than jeans, the denim, they also use corduroys. The geometric patterns, the housetop quilt, the brick layered quilt, blocks and strips and strings, triangle quilts. They also use pockets of their jeans. And there are 4 to 5 generations of women. Today, even men are quilting because portals like Etsy have been negotiating their works, and these works sell for around $25,000. The next slide. Now, I'm taking you very quickly on the different kinds of quilts done by very well-known quilters called Mary Lee Bendolph. These are her works. You see, as you see the slides, next slide, you see the second kind of Loretta Petway, the next, Loretta Petway. I worked with her. I had gone there. I stayed with them for a year, and I had the privilege to work with her. I was with her, and I know how she works. This is Loretta. Next one, Lucy Mingo. This is a very well-known quilter. You see, the works are different. Although when you look at lots of Gisbend quilt, you can identify that there are on the same. Yeah. Next. Yes. Yes. Next. So you look at P.A. Mondrian's work, it looks similar. Yeah. Polly Bennett. Next. Teeny Petway, I bought this work, and Castor Petway. Yeah, sorry, it's just running like this. There's no time. But next one. So this is a picture from an annual show called Airing of the Quilt, where every year these folks have they have Airing of the Quilt. It's an annual show where all the households come and put it all across the fences like this, and then they have they open it up to the entire world, and the people go there and buy these quilts. Next slide. So I would conclude, it's a very short time that we have anyway. So the Gisbend quilt has been a neglected art form for a long time by America, for long decades. But a decade or little back, it has been announced as the national treasure of American art. Several organizations and online shopping portals support the Gisbend. Just quickly to read: Alabama Center for Traditional Culture, Black Belt Treasures Cultural Arts Center, the Souls Grown Deep Foundation, the G's Bend collectives, and the Etsy online shopping. So there are lots of museums also which exhibit these annually. And the next slide, skip the next slide. The next slide. And the next slide. So I have been privileged, and this is one of the places where 2024 I had been here for my research, and this is one of the backgrounds pictures that I can show to you, where I'm so proud that I'm presenting America in India. So this is my research. The paper is lengthy, but because of the constraint in time, I had to go this fast. Yeah, thank you.
That was wonderful presentation by Dr. Siv Mukta on narration and quilt. Next, we have the presentation on Dr. Alpan art from Kumao's Sacred Folk Ritual. And the presentation is done by Dr. Mahesh Singh from Banaras Hindu University and Ms. Niharika Joshi, who's a research scholar at BHU. On to you, Niharika.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Since my professor supervisor is busy in the convocation today, so I'll be presenting the paper on his behalf. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. So my topic for the research paper is Urban Art from Kumao's Sacred Folk Ritual to a Globalized Intangible Cultural Asset. So the introduction goes as, so the first slide, the introduction. Yes, so the first point is, it is practiced in Uttarakhand regions in Indian Himalayas with distinct socio-religious identity. It is divided into Garhwal and Kumaon regions with rich cultural heritage. Epan, which is a ritualistic folk art from Kumaon, it features geometric patterns and spiritual symbolisms and also reflects cosmological views and daily devotion of Kumaoni people. Part of pan-India Lepana tradition of ritual floor and wall decorations, it symbolizes auspiciousness and divine invocation. Epan, it bridges art, faith, and domestic rituals in Indian intangible heritage. In Uttarakhand, Epan promotes cultural pride, heritage tourism, and sustainable economics and globalization. The next slide. The review of literature. It goes as Epan. It is a ritualistic folk art from Kumaon, Uttarakhand, with origins tracing to the Chand dynasty. The name derives from Sanskrit. Epan is derived from Sanskrit word lipna, which means to plaster or smearing, which it is a reflecting technique of white paste on red ochre. Primarily a religious medium to invoke gods and auspicious energy during festivals like Ganesh Chaturthi and Makar Sankranti. The sacred geometries, which are the yantras and chokis, those symbolize deities and spiritual ideas. Lakshmi Chowki is for the prosperity, which is made with natural materials, which is red ochre, that is geru background, and rice paste biswar for drawing. Traditionally, it is a women-led freehand technique which is passed orally across generations, threatened by rural migration and demographic changes. The research gaps. The gaps which I've seen are the limited analysis on how commercialization specifically impacts ritual integrity and traditional practices of Epan. The second point is the insufficient evaluation of economic and social impacts from women empowerment projects like Minakriti. The gaps in assessing the geographical indication, that is GI tags, effectiveness for authenticity amid market pressures, including challenges for rural artists registering as authorized users. The need for deeper study on tourism workshops, role in economic sustainability and cultural continuity. The objectives of this research is to document and analyze EPAN as a distinct component of India's living heritage, to examine the transformations in EPAN's practice and meaning amidst globalization, to evaluate the current preservation mechanisms and propose sustainable models for its visibility in digital and global contexts. The methodology that I've used is the study employs a qualitative approach as well as ethnographic approach. Analyzed academic research, government documents, ICH policies, and media reports to contextualize findings on preservation, GI status, and globalization impacts. It includes the first-hand examination of techniques, patterns, materiality, and aesthetics to capture sensory and embodied knowledge beyond textual data.
Ms. Niharika, 2 more minutes to go.
Yes, sir. Okay, so the key findings that I have gone through in this paper is the shift from ephemeral floor or the wall art to commercial decor, textiles, and digital forms via projects like Minakriti. 2021 GI tag offers legal protection but risks excluding rural artists, tourism, and VR aid preservation. The government programs counter migration by linking art to livelihoods. So I would like to conclude my paper as the APAN evolves from Kumaoni ritual to global asset through commercialization, GI recognition, and digital innovation, balancing sacred origins and economic sustainability. The future focus of the topic is the equitable GI access, expanded VR archives, and the ethical tourism. Thank you, sir. I'm done.
Thank you for that beautiful insights on Alpan art. Dr. Mahesh Singh and Ms. Niharika Joshi. Now we are moving to the next presentation. It is from Mr. Nimesh Shah, Assistant Professor at Faculty of Fine Arts, Baroda, and he's talking on tradition meets modernity, the use of cultural heritage in Indian brand storytelling. It's on to you, Nimesh Shah.
Yeah, very good morning to all.
Good morning.
I'm audible, sir?
You're audible, sir. Good to go.
Yeah. So my presentation topic is tradition meet modernity, the use of cultural heritage in Indian brand storytelling. So next slide. So my topic is related to storytelling as well as cultural connection between the brands. So exactly the idea behind this paper is to focus on this the connection between the role of cultural heritage and the brand storytelling. So this India is known for its wide variety of culture, values, and tradition, as well as the habit. And our rich culture is also help to communicate a message effectively also. And why storytelling is important. So India is a huge market to selling the product. Maybe there are different 4 categories of products are available in India. So first one is the national level, second one is regional level, third one is the local level, and the fourth one is the international brands are available in India. But some of the products or maybe are come under the similar category. For example, if I say biscuit or maybe if I say shampoo, but there are different brands are selling a same product. So how to create a difference between them? So storytelling is help to communicate their message effectively and then fulfill the need of the consumer. Yes, this product is very good for me, or maybe which is fulfill my requirement for this. Next slide. So for this presentation, I have selected 3 case studies, which are mainly focusing on the cultural elements as well as traditions of India. So my first case study is about the Vataj. Next slide. Next slide. Taj Mahal. Taj Mahal is known for a very rich archetype, as well as the Brook Bond use name there as a Taj Mahal for this. So this cultural rich heritage they have used to communicate their message, as well as in my second case study. Next slide. Just like a Cadbury, it's one of the international brand, and how they are using this our culture to represent or maybe to communicate our mass consumers of India. Next case study is one of the interesting and recent case studies of one of the FCB Ulka and the Mumbai Traffic Police created a new idea to spread awareness about the traffic safety by showing a Lord Ganesha wearing a seat belt. So this is a unique idea used for this. So the main attraction of this pandal was to ideas to the Lord Ganesha wearing the seat belt, giving everyone to a strong message to follow the rules of the traffic safety. This and their vehicle their vehicle mouse is also was showing wearing a bike helmet and highlighting the need of the proper safety for the rules. So idea behind this might be case studies as well as this example is to focus on how culture helps to communicate a message effectively, and it helps to reach a larger mass of the Indian consumers out of this. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for this amazing insights on traditional meets modernity. Now we have last presentation of the technical session 1. That is by Mr. Neeraj Bhandari, Assistant Professor, RV University, and he's talking on the ship of GPT, that is ChatGPT, authorship and authenticity of AI generated art. That is very important for you topic.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. Good to go.
Yes. Right. So, my name is Neeraj Bhandari. I'm an assistant professor at RV University. So today, I'm going to talk about the ship of GPT, which is authorship and authenticity in the age of generative AI. This paper was done on, I did research in my classrooms, over 200 people, considering almost 200, almost 150, 140 students, and mostly others would be professionals. I try to understand whether a person relates authenticity and authorship in terms of art that is generated by AI. So where all this began, in terms of introduction, it all began, last year I was in the London art exhibition, Van Gogh exhibition. It has all started in India, so if anybody has visited. But one of the things that I saw there that got me so much fascinated was there was no original canvas, there was no single real brushstroke, there was no real painting. Yet everybody was really impressed and everybody was really mesmerized. And I literally saw people crying there. So, in terms of what it was, it was an amazing experience, but it did not have anything real. So it triggered a question in me where what actually makes an art belong to an artist? Is it the idea? Is it the execution? Can you move to the next slide? So that took me to the research in terms of understanding where do students actually think um, the idea of art and artist comes in, whether they think that art would always belong to the execution versus the art will belong to the idea. Now, in terms of the literature review that I did, so first of all, the name in itself, Ship of GPT, comes from the philosophical concept of ship of Theseus, which basically was Theseus was a hero. He had a ship which got damaged, so he changed one part of it with a new part, and essentially one by one he exchanged the entire ship with a new part of it. And once it's exchanged completely and become a new ship, is it still called ship of Theseus or is it a newer ship in itself? It is something else in itself. So that's the question that has been there for a very long period of time, and people have been debating about it for a long time. And I wanted to take that into the research where I went into it. And in terms of identifying the research gaps that I tried to identify is, first of all, there's a binary limitation, which means that the existing studies always consider AI and humans two different parts, whether they do belong together, and I don't think that we should differentiate them as separate, but they do belong together. Second is the yeah, yeah. So second is the erosion. There's limited data in terms of the authorship, and then the gap that I identified was there's a lack of empirical work in terms of understanding the concept of authenticity and authorship. Yeah, move on to the next slide. Yeah, this slide is not. We will move forward. Next slide. Yeah. So in terms of the methodology, how I did, this is not all the same images. So essentially, if you would have seen the original Starry Night, what I did was I took it into AI and replaced 10, 50, 75, and 100% because I wanted to see at which point will people stop feeling that. Is it just AI or is it how much percent of AI? So in terms of how I did it, can you move to the next slide? It seems a little bit complicated, but it's very simple in itself. Can you move to the next slide? Yeah. So it might seem little complicated, but it's very simple because I wanted to put this in because it's very easy to replicate to identify whether or not the same result will come in. And I feel like the same result will come in. So essentially the image were divided into 10 by 10, which created 100 boxes. And then I took 10 boxes, changed it with AI versions. So the 10% was done by Stable Diffusion. The both 10 and 50% was done by Stable Diffusion. The next was done by DALI, and then Stable Diffusion. DALI was not able to give me essentially the 100%, so I went back to Stable Diffusion to create 100% in itself. Can you move to the next slide? Yeah. So the main key findings, the conclusion that I came up with in terms of what I found was, first of all, 3 execution camps that I found. First is a person who believes execution, that means skills of an art. When you create an art, when you draw, actually, that is the only thing belongs to an artist. Second was the original camp who wanted AI to take over. So they are like, they are ready to accept AI. They said AI is great and all these things. And third is the aesthetic camp. So these people are people who do not care about where the art is coming from, who made it and how they have made it. They just care about AI. They just care about the aesthetic versions of it. Now, the 50% cliff in terms of what I'm talking about is at 50%, the authorship and the aesthetic appeal both went down, but the point that I could find was the authenticity fell down a lot more than aesthetic appeal. That means essentially, so if I'm talking about in terms of what is my key finding, what is my major insight and the conclusion that I can take forward to, is that people do care about the authenticity, where the art is coming from, and the idea and the execution, all the things matter, but they don't really care about I have started to accept that AI can make a very good and very compelling art. In terms of, let's say that I'm a game designer, if I make a game of using AI, people will be interested in playing the game in terms of how the game feels, but they wouldn't call it a game because it's made by AI. So that's a conclusion that I have taken forward. Obviously, the paper talks about it a lot in depth, but time constraints and all these things, I don't want to go over it. So yeah, that's the end of it.
Thank you so much for your insights on ship of GPT. That was a wonderful topic covered. We are closing the technical session too. Before that, I'd like to thank all the keynote addresses for today. Mr. John Zika, Mr. Kshitish Kaul, Ms. Nupur Kundu, Ms. Smita Pawa, Ms. Vandana Rakesh, Ms. Yevet Gillis, and all the paper presenters from all the esteemed universities. After that, we are closing for the lunch hour. We will be back here by 1:55 p.m. sharp. So close your lunch before that and be on the seats where we are sitting here. May I request all the paper presenters to please join for the lunch at the lounge. All the students can take the back doors and they can leave. Please be back on time. No reminders required.
Hello.
We just, yeah. लिख दिया मैंने.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Hi, Shubha, am I audible? Yeah,
Yes, and can you hear me?
oh, you're not audible.
That's what I am checking to speak. Hello. How do I get audible?
Yes, yes, Shubha, you're audible now.
Okay. Now
Just
it's fine.
you're audible. Yes, yes, you're
Yeah.
audible now. We're just going to start in a while.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, yeah, you can keep your video closed. We will. I'll
How
announce
do I,
your name. Yeah.
how do I put
Yeah,
my
yeah, it's
video?
fine. We can hear you well.
Yes.
Yeah, we're just waiting for people to come in. So we're just going to start in another 5-10 minutes. 5
Okay.
minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good to see you.
Good to see you. Gitika,
Yes.
can you hear this sound?
No, I can hear you, but not which sound. Not really. Are you playing something?
Yes, yes. Something like this.
No, no, that's not audible. You.
I don't know how, when I'm speaking,
No, I can't hear that. I can hear you clearly.
interesting. Yeah, never mind. I was just trying to check.
Yeah. So you have your PDF, so we'll be playing that in the background. So you just can focus on your talk.
Yeah, I'm not prepared otherwise. I'll just,
Another 5 minutes or so, sure. We'll start in another 5 minutes or so. Meanwhile, you can keep your camera and audio off. I will call you here itself.
yeah. I'm just keeping it on the reason because I don't know when we start again, I have to struggle.
Okay. All right. No problem. Good afternoon, everyone. So we've been joined by our next speaker, Sua, and we'll soon start with the presentation of the technical session 2. Kindly take your seats quickly.
Sound, right?
We're just going to start.
Sound, right?
We're just going to start in the 5 minutes. Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here in the technical session 2 of ICIVA'25. In this session's title, Technology, Innovation and Emerging Art Practices in Art and Design. And our first speaker for the day is Mr. Sua. Let me introduce you to the speaker. Sua is a multidisciplinary artist based in Finland since 2009. He completed his master's degree in live arts and performance studies from Helsinki UniArts Teak Theatre Academy in the year 2015. He graduated with a master's degree in visual arts from Delhi College of Art in the year 2004 and bachelor's degree from MSU Faculty of Fine Arts, Vadodara in 2002. Specializing in sculpture. His primary medium is performance art, combining body and material through intervention in public places and spaces. Alongside his working on experimental sound involving visual art, he has also into innovative writing through participatory observation, which are often placed in non-academic content. He's done multiple performances. So some of his solo performances were the one sound performance, Pickle Lake event, Interface of Empathy in Finland. In 2011, he has also been a part of performance at Italian Pavilion in Venice, Biennale. So over to you, Mr. Sua. We'll be glad to hear about your insights.
Okay, I'm not so much prepared, but though I have to speak about my practice, right? And how my journey in this. Hello, can you
Yes,
see
you're
me?
audible. You're audible as well as visible, and I think your PDF is also been shared.
Okay, yeah. So yes, to start with, I have been quite much in this journey where right from the academic arena, I tried to explore a different aspect of knowing art, in a sense that outside these academic syllabus or whatever you call it, even when you come out of the umbrella, which is the academy, then you enter the art world. Then we have this thing called mainstream, and then we have these alternative underground outsider art. So my interest was much more into that the second arena of when I was back in India, I was still exploring. I was a little bit rebel in the way the academic things run. So anyway, the journey was not so easy. And then I decided I need to really find out something about the way I'm really searching for. Of course, my journey went from, as far as my practice is concerned, I was very much into this ritualistic, animistic ritual art of tribals. Because I am also coming from Northeast India, where I was born, and I was very much into these tribal form of the lifestyle, the understanding of how art can be basically in academic frame. We are always into these how we say, we have to do all these references when we are especially writing. We have to refer to some philosophers, sometimes with a banter. I call them dead philosophers, which will not pay my bills. So yeah, I was looking for a little bit of maybe it looks a bit utopian concept in the way we are now practicing in this art field, galleries and the show and pomp and the show and how you present your work. So I was really getting really restless about what am I doing here? Then I, of course, came to Finland, and of course I have a short time here, so I don't want to get too much into the history of everything, but in Finland, I went through the academic process also. Then being from the country India and also being here, since I'm based here for now 15 years now, I have seen there are similarities and dissimilarities, basically, when you think about how the academy runs, and outside the academy, when the gallery thing, that it's all about selling art, it's all about this and that. So I really wanted to explore something different. So I was fortunate enough to get into this alternative art scene, and I had been quite involved with these people. And because alternative art scenes are also kind of a serious art scene in that sense. It's not just sitting on the table and discussing, and also, how it happens. All of you are familiar with that. So, well, yes, and also I graduated from this performance art, live arts and performance studies from Helsinki. And the interesting part about these studies is that I thought that it will be 50% practical and 50% text, but it turned out to be 90% text and 10% practical. And that really made me upset, because I'm into action, I'm into visual form, and I have to express in a in a way. So anyway, the performance art field went on. And then I discovered that there are kind of cliches in performance art. I still do performance. And, you know, when you come towards outside the academic level, you know, the field, I mean to say, then there is this thing. How do you sell yourself? How do you make yourself recognized in that field? But, and I'm pretty aware of that. Just to give you a little information, I selected Finland in a way to find out that this is a place where there is no art market, and it is a strange thing because as an artist, we are always looking for this art market thing, how we find the galleries, and even with the performance, you are looking for events and all like that. Considering visual arts, you're looking for galleries, you're looking how you, you know, whatever happens as you are now studying in this university and with your respective professors, you are all aware of it. I'm sure of it. And you're in this generation, you have access to all information. There is Google's, there is everything. So even if I'm trying to give a lecture on performance, you are there with your smartphone to find out about this field. So the world has become smaller. So anyway, so I'm not going so much into that about this thing, but mostly about my, you know, the interest. So anyway, jumping towards how I was trying to explore, and then coming here is also not easy, you know, as a foreign artist when you think about it. Unless you have a good financial background, it's possible. In the Nordic countries, you have to somehow do things like dishwashing, and I've done all these kind of things, from dishwashing to hotel cleaning to newspaper delivery, 5 years in the winter. So yeah, it's tough. And especially when you're thinking from the perspective like which I was exploring, that no, I really want to do something which is outside the academic, outside this gallery context. And that's how my journey began. And somehow I was able to express. And lately, in the recent years, because the performance art scene also has become very nepotismic, I guess the art world has become quite nepotismic nowadays. So if you have a little different approach and all, it's quite difficult. But anyway, as an artist, we should not give up. So that's how my journey is like. Okay, what's next? What can I do? So that's how I got into this sound art. Nowadays, sound art, you're pretty aware of that. People are using these gadgets and the switches through which you're making this kind of sound and all. But being from a sculptural background, I thought, why not sculpture can be produced like it can be an instrument, it can be a sound instrument. Like for instance, I can show the one which I made. It looks like an instrument, musical instrument, but at the same time, it's a sculpture, and I make sound out of it. And the other aspect, through that, when I perform, I'm doing a performance. So all the elements Plus, in many of my artworks, I also use text. Sometimes it's very difficult to, I don't have the gift of the gab, as you can notice that there are many speakers, well-oriented speakers and all. My way of expressing is through action, through visual form, through sound. So when comes to the point of explaining your works, I rather do it if I have some issues to express, which can be political, which can be cultural, social, and a lot of stuff which you go through in a daily basis as an immigrant artist when you face things like, the struggle with the system. So all these aspects, I try to use my creativity in the form of text, and I try to inscribe with the medium which I use often in my works, which is called pyrography. It's a wood burning thing, which I've been doing since, I would rather say almost 10 years. And yes, so last year I was a little bit fortunate enough to get a kind of a grant, and then it was an artist working grant. And also getting a grant, I must tell you that it's like going for a lottery. Not every time you can get lucky. Sometimes you can get lucky if you know somebody. Okay, so these aspects, it's not only new, I mean, it's also existing here in the West. So the grass is not green anywhere, I mean to say. So you just have to find your way and approach how you have to express. I guess, do I have anything more to say? Any questions, or have I been clear?
Yes, Mr. Surat has been very clear, and you could see your artistic journey for all these years. Do you like to conclude with that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for your insightful and very interesting visuals. We'd like to
And I
interact
hope
more with you, maybe at...
greetings to all the participants and the students, and I hope it made sense what I was speaking, because I'm not a good speaker in a way, as I told you.
So we'd like to actually see your works in detail, maybe in another session. But yes, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so
you.
much. Guys, a round of applause for him. He's joined us all the way from Finland.
Yeah. And best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
With that, we're going to start with the paper presentations for this technical session 2, Technology, Innovation and Emerging Practices in Art and Design. I'll call upon Ms. Afreen Hina, Assistant Professor, Guest Faculty, Jamia Millia Islamia, to present her paper on visual branding and viewer engagement in contemporary animation, a case study of K-pop demon hunters. Afreen is also our alumni, so please, guys, round of applause for her. Welcome.
Very warm good afternoon to everyone. I'm Afreen Hina, and currently I'm a guest faculty from Jamia Millia Islamia. Okay. Okay, so my topic is visual branding and viewers' engagement in contemporary animation. So I would like to ask everyone sitting here, have you seen this movie? Yes? Have you heard about it? Okay, so this movie is called K-pop Demon Hunters, which was released and produced by Sony Animation. And within 48 hours of its release, it became a global sensation on Netflix, and it was quite impressive and made a history record-breaking viewership. And it was it was in the list of 10 most watched films in 15 plus countries for 15 plus consecutive weeks. The reason why I chose this movie as a case study is because it's really impressive. Something, breath of fresh air when we are living in a world which is saturated with the same kind of work over and over again. It's very hard to actually produce something that is refreshing and eye-catching. And this movie definitely does that. Okay. So before we begin about this movie, I did a literature review because it's important to understand the role of branding within this movie. Now, I'm no way an expert in animation, but I definitely believe I have enough knowledge on branding. And this work is definitely bridging that gap between how graphic designing is also plays an important part in animation as well. So animation is a very versatile tool. It's has that unique ability to communicate with the audience on a level that no other media can, because it's free from the constraint of real life world. It has that ability to be exaggerated and express itself more than what real world can do. So it's a very important tool and a really good tool to connect with the audience and portray emotions. Visual branding, if you don't know, I'll tell you a brief about it. Branding is not just about what you see of a company, like its logo or its colors or whatnot, but branding is more about connecting with the audience and how closely it resonates with its consumers and how deeply impactful it is with their consumers. So So, an example like K-pop Demon Hunter is not the first movie that combined visual branding with animation. We have another movie from Sony Animation as well, which is Spider-Verse. Have you seen this movie? Has anyone seen this movie? If you have seen this movie is really uses 2D style of art in a 3D animation. It does that. This still image that is that you're seeing here is not a part of a poster, but it's a still from the movie itself. And it definitely shows that if creators are allowed to create and have creative freedom, they really do wonders. So if you see within this movie, a lot of 2D visual elements are used to emphasize what the movie is trying to portray within it. This is the research gap. Like usually in animation, research are done on the technique of it and the style of it, but there's a gap between how graphic designing is actually used in animation. So there is the research paper to for that as well. So the objective is to explore the visual branding within animated movie and how deeply it connects with this audience and how impactful it is. Okay, ma'am. How much it influenced the consumer behaviors. Okay, so there is a quantitative research methodology. I'll tell you the key findings of it. If you see that, I hope many of you sitting here have watched anime or are fans of that, or you may have read mangas or manhwas, because that's a very popular trend nowadays. So if you can see that within the movie, these are not the typical kind of expression that you see in a 3D animation. These are more like a 2D expressions, and the movie blends these two, the hybrid type of animation where it uses 2D expressions in a 3D atmosphere. What it does is that it involves the viewers, telling them that how, see, these characters that you see, they are not by any means Superman or those famous superheroes that you have grown up watching. These are fresh faces. Yet, if you see this movie, you can very well closely relate with it, because the movie uses such visual elements that it creates an environment that you're within that movie, experiencing it and a part of this world that they are being portrayed of. These are the findings. That movie had a record-breaking records, having 300 million plus views within 48 hours of its release. It tops Billboard charts. And the main conclusion that we draw from here is that nowadays animation is not just about creating a deep emotional storytelling, but also about the immersive experience that it gives its consumers, which is not limited to the screen time, but beyond it as well. And if you are anywhere near this, following this movie's trend, then you can see that the movie not just belong in the screens, but outside of it, the production house has made real life fan merchandises that really immerses you within the experience of this movie. Okay, thank you so much.
Before we move further, I would like to tell the students who are sitting here in the back, please come forward, all of you. And I'll request faculty members who are sitting, just try to see. Anyway, it's visible, looks very upsetting if you come and sit here, see here. See, these this conference is for you people. Speakers have come for you people. Papers are being shared for you people. But probably at my level, what is happening, I have to call faculty members, I have to call students and look that it should be proper decorum. Please maintain proper decorum. You got enough time for lunch, 45 minutes, more than enough. Listen to someone, people have come all the way. It's a research paper, they worked for it, there's a 5 to 7 minute presentation. So you need to take it seriously. It's not too extra time. When you should have been class, you are sitting here. But it looks very upsetting. You come here, one of you who was sitting on the back can come here and see it for 10 minutes, you will realize why I'm reacting exactly. You got enough break. After break, you are coming and leisurely people are coming. Program leaders, I want to tell you that please see, mark the attendance, Rodi, for the people who are here, thoroughly sitting here. Not just sitting there and doing chit-chatting here. Yeah, sorry, please continue.
Yes. So as we are starting with our second presentation in the technical session by Ms. Shruti Saini. Ms. Shruti Saini is a professional artist based in New Delhi and also one of our alumni. She'll be presenting on traditional and folk art in global contexts. Ms. Shruti.
Good afternoon, everybody. Today I'll be speaking on traditional and folk arts in global context. Before I begin here, I would like to give an overview of my presentation. I will start with introduction, review of literature, followed by research gaps, key findings, methodology, and finally the conclusion. Traditional and folk arts are not just creative practices. They are living expressions of memory, identity, and cultural wisdom. They hold stories, values, rituals, and the daily life of communities across the generations. In today's globalized world, these traditions have traveled far beyond their local roots, reaching museums, tourism networks, online marketplaces, and the international audience. While this visibility has brought greater recognition and exchange, it has also introduced challenges such as commodification, decontextualization, and cultural appropriation. A range of scholars discuss these shifts. Tamslinson and Gubbins explain how globalization changes meaning and promotes hybrid forms. Glassies and Smith highlight the tension between preservation and adaptation, emphasizing how traditions can lose context when adapted for global audience. Policy frameworks from UNESCO and ICOM are central as they guide ethical safeguardings of intangible heritage and museum representation. Curbs introduce the idea of community-centered museology, which becomes essential when traditions enter global markets. Overall, the literature shows a dual trend. Traditions are gaining visibility, yet the risk of distortion and misinterpretation is also increasing. However, several areas remain under-researched. First, we need a deeper understanding of how digital platforms influence cultural transmission. Second, there is a limited long-term research on how global markets economically impact artisans. Third, community-led frameworks for authenticity and representation are still weak. There's also inadequate documentation on new hybrid art styles created through global exchange. And finally, legal and ethical issues around cultural ownership require much stronger attention. So this study therefore aims to analyze how globalization reshapes the production, meaning, and the movement of traditional and folk art, identify emerging opportunities and challenges, examine the role of museums and cultural institutions as mediators, explore the ethical concerns such as authenticity and appropriation, recommend strategies for sustainable community-centered preservation. So the research uses a qualitative literature-based method. It brings together anthropology, art history, heritage studies, and museum studies. The data was collected from published scholarly works, policy documents, digital archives, and institutional reports. The analysis followed thematic content reviewing, looking for patterns related to authenticity, commodification, transmission, and representation. The finding highlights the dual nature of globalization. The positive outcomes, the globalization exposure has created wider recognition for artisans, revival of endangered practices, new income opportunities, greater intellectual dialogue, and innovative hybrid art forms. Museums, international festivals, and online platforms allow communities to share their heritage with global audience while gaining dignity and visibility. Negative outcomes, however, globalization also brings serious risk. Commodification often simplifies meaningful traditions into market products. Loss of context occurs when rituals or community-based art is performed for tourists. Intergenerational knowledge transfer is weakening, especially as younger generation is migrating. Overall, the finding shows that globalization is neither wholly beneficial nor entirely harmful. It is a space of negotiation. To conclude, traditional and folk arts are at a turning point. Globalization offers exceptional opportunities for cultural exchange, visibility, and revitalization, but these benefits come with responsibilities to protect authenticity, ensure community agencies, and maintain ethical representations. Museums and cultural institutions must act not as authorities over culture, but as collaborators with communities, supporting shared interpretation and fair recognition. Ultimately, the true preservation is not about safeguarding objects, it is about sustaining the living knowledge system, skills, and the relationships that give these art forms meaning. If globalization is guided by ethical, community-led approaches, traditional and folk arts can continue to grow, evolve, and inspire future generations with integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shruti Seni. Next, I call upon Dr. Pallavi Majumdar, to Assistant Professor, Amity School of Fine Arts, my dear colleague, the Contemporary Art and Design Education, Pedagogical Transformations in a Global and Interdisciplinary Era.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'm going to present about the contemporary art and design education, the pedagogical transformation in a global and interdisciplinary era. So contemporary art and design education is shaped by rapid transformation in cultural production, technological advancement, and global academic discourse. Traditional atelier-style pedagogies are now being replaced by the interdisciplinary research-driven and experiential models. So these evolving framework mirrors the conceptual, rational, and hybrid nature of contemporary art. So accordingly, institutions also seek pedagogical strategies that cultivate critical inquiry, creative autonomy, and the cultural responsiveness. So if we see, go back once. Yeah, so if we see that how we evolved in the art pedagogy, so it started from the apprenticeship era, where technical limitations and the crafts mastery were the main important features. Then we moved on to the modernist education, where formalism and personal expression become the main central idea for learning. And then the postmodern shift, where cultural critic and theoretical frameworks, they challenge the essentialist narratives. And finally, we reach to this contemporary approach where process-oriented, research-driven, and reflective practices become the key ideas. So this progression mirrors broader shifts in the higher education, which helps us toward the constructivist learning environment where students actively produce meaning. So now, actually, what becomes most important here in this kind of education is the studio. So now we are redefining the studio spaces. So the studio does not anymore remain as an area just to prepare and produce art. So it becomes a discursive environment. That is, a contemporary studio pedagogy transforms traditional spaces into the experimental and collaborative environments. And the key elements include mainly collaborative critic and peer learning, prototyping and iterative processes, metacognition and creative problem solving. Apart from that, the main thing, conceptual development over pure technique. So art making now becomes research itself, and it requires the synthesis of theory, practice, and the cultural context. So from technique to the conceptual thinking. So nowadays, we are more into the inquiry-based learning. That is, students explore themes connected to identity and the social issues through research-driven practices. So here are some photos from when I was doing my PhD in Hungarian University of Fine Arts. So there, the studio itself were the areas of presentation where you are presenting and creating at the same time, at the same place. And nowadays, many universities are picking up that ideology. And so apart from that, critical reflection, that is emphasis on the conceptual development and synthesis of theory with the creative practices. And finally, the technical foundation. So skill does not only remain important, but it also serves the conceptual goals rather than being in the ends in themselves. So now it's mostly an interdisciplinary innovation. That is science, technology, social research, theory, cultural studies, all collaboratively working together in the studios to produce the works, the final artworks that the art students or the practitioners are creating. So interdisciplinary education responds to hybrid contemporary practices, integrating diverse fields to situate art and art pedagogy as the intellectuals and the intellectuals and the societal ecosystems. The curriculum prioritizes project-based learnings mostly nowadays for the global perspectives and the cross-cultural dialogue. Also, nowadays, we have to keep in mind that we are technologically advancing. So digital literacy is also becoming a very crucial aspect in the studios that helps in expanding the creative possibilities. That is, the technological integration fundamentally reshapes the art education nowadays. AI-based creative tools, interactive new media practices, hybrid learning and virtual studios, they are also very much an integral part of art-making processes. So digital literacy is enabling the students to critically engage with global informations and the systems and producing technologically informed artworks. But definitely skill and intellect and the creativity still remains the keystone for the art production. So critical inquiry and reflective practices. So nowadays, art education is more integrated into reflective practices. That means the practice and discourse is central to studio-based learning. Students use journals, critics, and process documentation to analyze their decisions and conceptual development. Experiential learning models further support embodied and situational learnings through workshops, fieldworks, and collaborative projects. So collaborative critic, peer learning, prototyping, iterative processes, they now define studio culture. So these approaches further fosters the metacognition and creative problem solving. Next. Okay. So now if we see that studio-based collaboration, community engagement, and global exchange, these are the three like the core practices that can be incorporated in the new pedagogies for art education. That is linking students from diverse disciplines, fostering teamwork, experimentation, and design thinking. For community engagement, we can create participatory art cultivatives and civic the awareness and social responsibilities through public projects and global exchange, that is international residencies and online programs, which somehow broadens the cultural literacy and aesthetic understanding. So finally, if we see what are the challenges and the opportunities we have for this, the current challenges as educators we feel are balancing the foundational skills with digital competencies, ensuring the equitable access to technological resources, and integrating global and non-Western perspective to the Indianized ideologies and skills that we have, developing assessment models, valuing experimentation and risk. And what are the opportunities then? Expanding technological and global learning networks, strengthening interdisciplinary and collaborative curricula, and advancing practice-led research and reflective learning, empowering students as self-directed and critical thinkers. Next. So finally, the evolving role of an educator is the contemporary educators functions as not only just a teacher or an educator in the studio, but as a facilitator, mentor, and collaborator, rather than solely an instructor. So this role shift aligns with the relational pedagogy, emphasizing dialogue, co-learning, and supportive critique. So educators integrate practice-led research, technology, and critical frameworks to support the students' autonomy. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi. That we move on to the next paper. Paper is on contemporary AI art practice and its ethical concerns by Mr. Mukul Prakash Verma and Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi from Amity School of Fine Arts.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving us this opportunity. My name is Mughal Prakash Verma. Thank you. My name is Mughal Prakash Verma. I'm a research scholar at MIT School of Fine Arts, and I'm pursuing my PhD under Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, sir. Introduction, please, ma'am. Ma'am, next slide. Okay. Okay, my topic is the contemporary AI practices. As we all know, AI is everywhere. It's not leaving any industry untouched. And the objective of this study is to assess how contemporary artists are using AI and its ethical concerns. With the help of a review of literature, case studies, and interview, ma'am, the methodology. With the help of review literature, case studies, and interviews, I've categorized contemporary artists into 3 categories. Next slide, ma'am, please. Next, ma'am. 1, artists who are not using AI at all. These are the traditional artists and artists which are not using AI in any form or way. The second category, I think most of us fall in this category, artists who are using AI in enhancing their artwork, getting the references fast, documentation of their artworks, and so on and so forth. The third category, where AI become the co-creator with the artist. Okay. This is the artwork and one of my case study, portrait of Edmund Bellenme. It is a AI-generated artwork sold at Christie's at a staggering amount of 43,25,000 US dollars. It was categorized in the print and multiple section. Next slide, ma'am, please. Another case study is titled Unsupervised by Refik Anadol. It is a huge visual artwork. As you can see in the image, you can see the audience, the single person in the down. It is audience, and all that abstract image is the artwork. It is based on the complete archive of the Museum of Modern Art, New York. It is changing. It is changing. It is like a video, but it is never repeating itself. The AI is creating it on its own. Artist has not done any. Artist is not participating in it actively. So with this thing, some concerns are there. First, there are no legal framework that put such artwork in the ownership transfer. You can't say that this artwork is being transferred completely to the next person who is buying or going to the gallery or museum. Such artworks are in the gray area of integral property rights. So it is a high time that we, it is a high time when policymakers give their advice, make more rules to clear out that gray area. And I would like to conclude by saying all the artists present here to keep their mind open, to look AI in a different point of view, and develop a better society. So where each and everything, such artworks can be part of your next project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukul, for raising a very important issue there. And now we come to the online presenter, Ms. Neha Singh. Ms. Neha Singh is an assistant professor in College of Art, New Delhi. And her paper is on a critical overview on branding through social media. Over to you, Ms. Neha.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. So today I'm
Audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible, but I'm not able to say. Yes, now we can see you. Yes.
Yeah. Today I'm going to present a paper on a critical overview on branding through social media. Yeah, please. The next slide. Yeah. In the past decade, social media has transformed from a simple communication tool into a dominant ecosystem influencing how brands are creating and perceived. Platforms such as Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Threads have reshaped the branding landscape by enabling the real-time interaction between the consumer and the brands by personalized content and participatory consumer cultures. While these developments offered brand opportunities for visibility and engagement, they also introduce new complexities that demand critical examination. Next slide. Yeah, this paper not only highlights the social media's strategic advantages such as expanded reach, interactive storytelling, and data-driven targeting, but also the challenges related to the content saturation, authenticity, algorithmic gatekeeping, and the commercialization of everyday digital spaces. By this, evaluating both the promises and limitations of social media driven branding, this analysis provides a deep understanding of how brand navigate this environment where the consumer's attentions is fermented, competition is intense, and trust must be continued earned. Ultimately, such an overview is essential for assessing the evolving role of social media in shaping the brand identity, consumer relationship, and marketing ethics. Yeah, next slide. Come to the next slide. Yeah, the main objective of this paper was to conduct a thorough analysis of the influence of brand on the consumer's behavior and attitude, and to determine the effect of social media on consumer buying behavior. Yeah, in this research, I have used this methodology. An imperial study was created to accomplish the study's goal. The respondents were given online questionnaire that results. Multiple choice questions were used to score the responses. The questionnaire gathered the information about the demographics, social media usage, perception, influencing factors, purchasing behavior, and effects of celebrity endorsement on the society. Questionnaires are often conducted in marketing research because they are easy, cheap, and also that allows reaching a wider number of people efficiently. That questionnaire consists of 10 multiple questions that aim to gather the consumer's knowledge and their influencing factors. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. As the social media continues to evolve, beating the competition is really going to be a tough day by day, as companies and brand must remain consistent, consumer-centric, and adaptable to cater the main loyalty and the market space. Social and environmental factors also have an impact on how the consumers behave and engage on social media. Furthermore, brands and consumers share a dynamic relationship in this online realm. To stay active in the media-driven market, brands have adapted from being marketer to the content creator. Social media platforms provide an international stage for the companies to showcase their product and services and to reach a vast audience. Engaging with consumers on social media platform offers
often creates brand loyalty. Satisfied customers become brand advocates, sharing their positive experiences and recommendation with their followers and spreading magics of word of mouth publicity for the brands. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Neha, for your presentation. The next, we have the presentation of the role of digital art in bridging the gap between traditional and contemporary forms in Indian art by Ms. Khushbu Singh. Ms. Khushbu Singh, are you there?
हेलो मैम आवाज आ रही है?
Khushbu Singh, yes, I can hear you. I can't see you. Okay. Are you online? Yes. Ms. Khushbu Singh, Research Scholar, Department of Fine Arts, Aligarh Muslim University, and Dr. Bushra Naseem, Assistant Professor, Aligarh Muslim University. You may start your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Khushbu Singh, a research scholar of Aligarh Muslim University. Today, I am presenting my paper on the role of digital art in bridging the gap between traditional and contemporary forms in Indian art. Next slide. Next slide. Introduction. In India's evolving visual arts landscape, digital art has emerged as a dynamic force that fuses traditional artistic sensibilities with contemporary expression. Indian art has a rich legacy rooted in folk traditional, classical aesthetics, and religious symbolism. But the entry of digital tools and platforms has opened new pathways for reinterpretations and innovations. Though the use of new media technologies, including graphic design software, digital painting, animation, and interactive installations, artists can recreate ancient motifs, styles, and tales. Indian identity and heritage may now be expressed more quickly, experimentally, and widely thanks to these media. For example, digital images that recreate Mughal miniature paintings styles or motion graphics that interpret legendary themes offer a link between the past and present. Review of literature review. Next slide. Please, next slide. How is digital art helping to bridge the gap between traditional and modern art? Digital tools allow artists to reinterpret traditional styles. Digital platforms give traditional art global reach. Digital mediums appeal to younger audiences. Fusion of technology and heritage creates new artistic language. Digital preservation of heritage, democratization, and inclusivity. Next slide.
Ms.
Research
Khushbu, please, sorry to disturb you, but please switch on your camera. Is your camera switched on?
1 second, ma'am.
Yes, it's okay. Now it's visible. Please carry on.
Thank you, ma'am. Research objectives, understanding the development of Indian art and bridging the gap between traditional and contemporary art, the main goal of this research. It also looks at how the growth of contemporary Indian art and the shifts in art forms throughout time relate to the classification of digital art and the art to scientists in the visual arts. Research methodology. The research paper will imply both primary and secondary research. Primary research will be based on the investigation of first-hand resources such as the artworks in various public and private collections, archives, museums, and institutions. The primary research will also include rigorous and exhaustive for art critics, art historians, and art patrons, etc. Secondary research will be employed to investigate secondary sources like books, research articles, journals, magazines, periodicals, and other print and online data. The present paper, unlike historical, scientific, or other discursive branches of knowledge, is about bridging the gap between traditional and contemporary arts, which is a non-discursive mode of articulation and will imply a qualitative mode of research methodology. Conclusion findings. The impact of digital art and media on traditional artistic practice and cultural heritage is profound, the multifaceted, while digitalization offers new opportunities for preserving, sharing, and interacting with art. It also presents a challenge in maintaining the authenticity and materiality of traditional art forms. By integrating traditional culture with digital media, we can ensure cultural heritage continued relevance and appreciation in the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kushbu. The next paper we have is on the impact of shape language on character design in children's book illustrations, an exploratory study with preschool students in Delhi NCR by Ms. Sanyukta Singh from Pearl Academy and Mr. Harsh Mehta, Assistant Professor, Pearl Academy, New Delhi. Ms. Sanyukta Singh.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
So I have sent my revised presentation. Here, paper title is not showing, but I would be telling my paper title. So good afternoon, everyone present here. My name is Sanyukta Singh. I'm currently pursuing Masters in Design and Communication Design. Today, I'll be presenting my research titled The Impact of Shape Language on Character Design in Children's Book Illustration, which is an exploratory study with preschool students in Delhi NCR. And my research is guided by Mr. Harsh Mehta, sir, also assistant professor in communication design. And my paper explores how shape language in children's book character design impacts preschoolers' emotional engagement, perception, and learning. I will walk you through the introduction, literature review, research gaps, objectives, methodologies, key findings, and conclusions. So talking about the content slide has been skipped. So in the content slide, I have the whole structure of my presentation. I will begin with introduction, followed by the brief review of literature. Then I will highlight the research gap that led to the study. I'll discuss the objectives, explain the method, and finally share the key findings. Next slide, please. Introduction. Here, I would say that this research focuses on how shapes used in character design, such as circle, squares, and triangles, directly influence preschool children aged 3 to 6. So the question here is, why shape language? Because shapes are one of the earliest visual cues children understand before they are able to read or even fully express emotions verbally. In picture books, shapes silently communicate personality, emotions, and the role of a character. So for example, rounded shapes often suggest friendliness or softness. Sharp angular shapes often suggest danger, negativity, boldness. So my research will be focusing on Delhi NCR students, the preschool population, because cultural exposure influences how children interpret visuals. So overall, the introduction establishes that character design is not just art, it's a structured communication system based on shape, psychology, and early visual cognition. Can we see the next slide, please? So yes, review of literature. The literature I reviewed includes studies from design theories, illustration psychologies, early childhood cognitive development, visual communication in design. So research have shown that shapes, colors, and composition strongly affect how children interpret emotions. Picture books use these visual cues to guide and understand, and the vocabulary development is basically based on that. So eye tracking studies indicate that children respond faster to simpler and more exaggerated shapes. So however, most exciting studies come from Western context also, but here in my literature review, I have also gone through many research papers in the Indian context too. But reviewing them, I found my research gap. Next slide, please. So based on the literature which I reviewed, I identified several gaps. First one would be like the shape languages has not been studied separately from color and style, especially for preschool readers. This is a very limited research there is a very limited research in Indian context, I would say, where culture, symbols, and visual familiarity may influence interpretation. So there is also a lack of interdisciplinary work combining design principles with developmental psychology for the 3 to 6 age group. So no study specifically examine how children in Delhi NCR respond to shapes in character design. So the study fills these gaps empirically, testing how children react to different shapes based on character prototypes. Moving forward, I would talk about the research gaps. You can see the pictures on the screen too. These are the pages from the students of class 2 and 1 books, and the study is guided by the primary research objective. Like the first one would be to understand how rounded versus angular shapes affect friendliness perception among the preschoolers. I also examined that to measure children's attention, interest, and preferences towards different shape, basic characters and the shapes play a major role. I also went through many books and I did talk to the students also of class 2 and nursery, not nursery, but I would say LKG and all. And I saw their behavior, their interest while when they were reading and going through their story books and the books of class 1. So these were the research objectives. These objectives helped structure the study and guided both the quantitative and the qualitative part of the methodology. Please, next slide. So I adopted an exploratory mixed method of research approach, and I did the interviews also, and I created custom character designs and story pages in multiple shape styles also, such as round, angular, and geometric that you might see in my next slide also. Please go to the next slide, in which you can see I am conducting interview with the parents also and their kids also, and I did my interview with many tutors and teachers all around the society, so that to know about how they are perceiving these shapes. So the child friendly testing activities were done. Observation was done on like how kids were reading and were they interested in reading the text or they were enjoying the like pictures. So semi-structured interviews with teachers and parents to understand the behavioral response was done, and qualitative notes were made documenting the expressions and reactions such as curiosity, hesitation, and confusion. So the approach integrates both number and behavioral interpretation, making the findings richer and more reliable. So after that, I would go to the findings. So please go to the next slide, where I would like to give you my findings in which I did my sketching also, and where I have tried to show triangles and squares, how the triangles are perceived, how the squares are perceived. Rounded and curvilinear shapes automatically evoke friendliness and safety, warmth, etc. Whereas the angular shapes, they are more scary, they are strict and unfriendly. Simple and high contrast shapes, they structure, capture attention much better than detailed illustrations. So these were my findings, and teachers and parents reported that shape-based visuals made storytelling easier, and it improved engagement and it encouraged empathy too. So these findings show the shape language is a powerful emotion for communication tool. Now, lastly, I would like to go for the conclusion. So to conclude, this research highlights that shape language plays a central role in children's visual understanding even before they begin reading. So the shapes serves a non-verbal communication system that conveys emotion, personality, and narrative roles. So yes, overall, the study recommends that illustrators, educators, and public publishers integrate shape psychology into early learning materials because it significantly enhances learning quality for the young children. So I would like to conclude. Thank you so much for listening. I welcome any question from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samita Singh, for an interesting presentation. Next, we have a paper on art and sustainability by Ms. Varsha, research scholar from Department of Fine Arts, Aligarh Muslim University, and Dr. Bushra Naseem, assistant professor, Aligarh Muslim University. Ms. Varsha. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, Ms. Varsha, you are audible. Please go ahead.
My topic is on art and sustainability, a critical analysis of art's role in sustainability and environmental awareness. My contents include introduction, review of literature, research gaps, research objectives, research methodology, and key findings. I will start from introduction, that is sustainability in art. The sustainable art movement is closely linked to land art, which one of the following art forms to address environmental concerns. Artists began exploring ecological issues using nature and recycled materials like wood, mud, leaves, stones, and water. Art plays a powerful role in promoting sustainability and reshaping our relationship with nature. Art raises awareness about climate change, ecological crisis, and environmental responsibility. Through natural and recycled materials, artists encourage sustainable thinking and eco-friendly practices. Environmental artworks make issues like pollution and climate deterioration emotionally impactful. Next slide. Why art matters in sustainability? Art touches emotions, making environmental issues relatable. Art helps people understand climate change beyond scientific reports. Art promotes eco friendly behavior, care, empathy, and social changes, and acts as a bridge between human and nature. Eco installation provoke reflection on human access, climate issues, and our responsibility towards nature. Environmental artworks make issues like pollution and climate deterioration emotionally impactful. Overall, art continues to spark dialogue and inspire action toward a more sustainable and socially conscious future. Next slide. These are my few literature review which examines art, the role of art design and sustainability, the role of creating empathy for nature, and overall how art communicates to people through climate change and sustainability. Next slide. My research objectives are examining the reciprocal link of art and sustainability by inquiring how creative acts promote ecological awareness and action in response to our changing environment. The study also aims to provide a history of phenomenon of sustainable art as a response to the ecological crisis and impact of modern industrial life. My study examined how art can be effective tool for communicating environmental issues, calling for changes in behavior, and connecting humans to the natural world. Ultimately, it aims to answer how art can facilitate knowledge of ecological issues, serve as a mirror for society in relation to these issues, and act as a catalyst for collective action to reconsider a sustainable future. This article examines how artists engaged with sustainability through various practices, including land art, recycle art, wearable art, and community based eco art, highlighting the transformative power of art in shaping environmental consciousness. Next slide. My research methodology includes a qualitative based research approach which combines descriptive and interpretive analysis to conduct this investigation as most suitable approach. The study was conducted to develop a more comprehensive understanding building upon ideas that had already been developed and tested by other researchers.
My goal of study was to provide a more thorough idea. This study aims to discover knowledge that had not been previously discovered in particular area of investigation. Next slide. In the end, my conclusion are art plays a powerful role in reshaping our relationship with environment and addressing climate challenges. From early ecological practices to land art and modern sustainable art, it has continually raised awareness and engaged in public opinion. Art act as a catalyst for reflection and behavioral change through symbolic, imaginary, natural material, and immersive experience. It turns complex environmental issues into relatable, human centered narratives that inspire concern and action. Forms like land art, eco art, and junk art demonstrate sustainable thinking and offer a new perspective on waste, consumption, and nature. Ultimately, art fosters empathy, dialogue, and collective responsibility, making sustainability a shared cultural experience rather than an abstract ideal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Varsha. For this, we conclude the technical session 2. We are now starting with the technical session 3, which is the last session of the day. And we have invited speaker Dr. Adam Walker, artist, writer, and academician with us. Dr. Adam Walker is an artist and writer. Their practice is research-led, critically, and reflexivity in considering structures of inequality, not loose to their complicit positions amid these sits at the center of their practice, including its extension into digital terrains as code of data. Interruptions and impropriety are sought subjects in countertext, which might interrupt domain textual flows. These works are sometimes written, other times are spilled out into performances, moving images, and digital forms, and have been exhibited, performed, published, and commissioned by institutions, including their monographs, art, labor, text, radical care, and publishing in Ratlog in 2023. I request Dr. Adam Walker to take over, please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Adam. We would like to extend a very warm welcome to you. It's early morning for you, as I'm aware, and I'm really thankful to you that you had made it to be here with us online. We look forward to hear you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. No, delighted to be here. I'm just going to share my screen here. There we go. Can you see my slides there?
It's visible, please. Go to go.
Fantastic. Thank you. So hi, everyone. I thought I'd use this opportunity to share a paper I initially wrote for the recent Historical Materialism Conference here in London, titled Boundaries, Frontiers, Thresholds, and Influences, Magic Mirrors of Freedom. As an artist, writer, and researcher with an interest principally in the work or text in its context and its critical and political potentials therein, I think the argument I'm going to present poses questions of the figure of the artist, which I'm going to return to at the end of this paper. I'm going to show some images. I'm not so much going to speak directly to some of these as offer them as some examples of artworks which I think present some interesting cuts across what I'll now share. So this paper considers the nature of the distinction between a space or condition of freedom and a space or condition of its others, of non-freedom. The image of a space or condition of freedom is projected as an ever-receding object of desire, framed as something apart from the conditions of day-to-day life. I will consider a number of theorizations through which we might consider the here and now non-freedom and the projected image of an other freedom refracted back into it. Freedom is often, in some form, presented as something which one just has to overcome the next obstacle to arrive at, get the next qualification, earn X amount more money, perhaps actually cross a physical boundary. I want to question this discreetly boundaried way of thinking about freedom, but in order to consider how it is repeatedly presented in such a way, I want to turn to writings on understandings of the boundary in terms such as horizon, as frontier, and as threshold. In the forest, which Jean-Jacques Rousseau describes as the state of pure nature, the terrain expands infinitely, uninterrupted, and individuals walking amid the metaphysical trees therefore never intersect. It is only with constraints, with finitude, with boundaries, with enclosure, that the state of encounter comes into being, with individuals beginning to intersect one another. What are these constraints? For Rousseau, they are the ontologically necessary conditions for the instigation of society. Elsewhere, famously, he writes that property is the origin of inequality. And it is tempting, perhaps, to consider the constraints as fences holding us in or holding us out, staking out proprietorial ownership of that which lies beyond, or imposing an inescapable logic of property and of capitalism and of exploitative wage labor onto everything within. Leaving Rousseau and considering this fence in our contemporary context, it paradoxically does two things. As before, it marks out the necessary ontological conditions of being, and these are imbued with an unquestionable naturalness, the way things are. Property, the contemporary fence likewise asserts, sits centrally in these. At the same time, though, it marks out the existence of a beyond. Thinking frequently turns to the beyond, whether in libertarian escapes from societal responsibility, or perhaps not especially distinct from this, in Silicon Valley's ideologically driven leaps beyond the currently possible. In all such examples, the one thing that is carried across the fence, though, and imposed in the unknown, is property. The result, of course, is that the fence is never crossed, but simply now encloses the newly jumped to point. A libertarian worldview proposes freedom as a negative space, in the void beyond constraints. We might think of the supposed void beyond the frontier as the United States expanded west, or now the continuation of that ideology into supposedly untethered, free-floating digital spaces. The irony in this does not need laboring. Such worldviews and ensuing actions refuse to contemplate the notion that one of the chief devices of non-freedom in the actually lived-in world, the primacy of individuated private property, is precisely the thing proponents carry across into the supposed void beyond. I've recently been undertaking some research into something called Project Xanadu, which was conceived in the late 1960s and early 1970s as a much more rationalized, elegant, networked repository of all of the world's knowledge than the chaotic, unorganized World Wide Web protocols which went on to completely bypass it. One of the things I find interesting about Xanadu is how, amid the making available of all the world's knowledge, an unquestioned, underpinning assumption, which is taken for granted, is that the sanctity of private property will always be sustained amid the digital utopia its proponents envisage. This is presented as a key architectural infrastructural rule by which Xanadu will infinitely but elegantly expand, with irremovable bidirectional links between all texts and their authors. Barely a moment beyond its utopian envisaging, though, the discourse flips to emphasis on how royalties will always be paid every time any text is read. Elizabeth Povinelli's consideration of horizons and frontiers is, I think, helpful in bringing Rousseau's ontology into historical materialist consideration in the present. The horizon is an abstract line, fixed in place, a result of the natural laws of physics, always moved toward but never arrived at. Considering freedom to be beyond the horizon is to depoliticize it and decontextualize it, to adhere to the metaphysical teleologies of onward progress toward, perhaps, freedom. Instead, Povinelli proposes the frontier as a way to think the boundary. One of the ways in which this is a helpful analytic device is that as a frontier, the boundary between not freedom and freedom is reclaimed from the associations of neutrality or naturalness implicit in horizon, and is instead a physical space of human actions, intentions, and desires, and of violence and asymmetries of power. The frontier is also a zone, a space, physical or conceptual, entered into, rather than a line crossed or often, in fact, not. We might think of the frontier zone we unavoidably enter into in seeking to approach freedom as in some ways being akin to Carl Schmitt's state of exception. For Schmitt, at the edge spaces of exception, away from the stable, normative, productive center of undisruptive capitalist labor, capitalist power is able to both state that conditions of exception ensue and to determine the state of such exceptions. Schmitt's framework aligns power more with the state than Povinelli's, in which the frontier is more of a lawless zone of unrestrained actions of power. In both cases, though, the frontier zone of exception is presented as an unregulated space wherein power can freely operate unto those who enter. And yet, there is still an allure to the frontier, a belief in or desire for, perhaps, freedom beyond. To some extent, this is due to the usually naive exceptionalism of believing that in the unregulated disorder of the frontier zone, we might be the one who slips through, evading the dynamic violence. One further conception of the boundary is helpful in considering this structural allure of freedom and our continually collectively being drawn toward it despite the violence. Jacques Derrida writes of the threshold as a type of boundary, across which the good host invites us to step. In his essay, Hospitality, however, he emphasizes the profound asymmetry of this. When we step across the threshold, we enter, in a sense, a kind of frontier zone, wherein we are always subject to conditional hospitality, which might at any point switch to hostility and eject us back across the threshold. Derrida talks about this in terms of the French word pas, simultaneously holding the meanings of a step and of not. But nevertheless, we are drawn in by their apparent hospitality. This is not solely a space of hostility, but a zone we are repeatedly, endlessly invited into. Established power and capital constitute an overarching host for normative contemporary life. It particularly wants us at those edge spaces, striving to step into freedom, all the better to draw out those creative, speculative, virtuosic, ambitious forms of labor which are increasingly most sought. It seeds exceptionalism and desire, upholding a structurally advantageous drawing of us into and violently ejecting us back from the frontier zone. An ongoing circulation ensues in which labor is pulled to the edge spaces to be more effectively exploited before being violently forced back into the center, wherein the threat and experience of violence stifles disruption. So I want to turn here to consider the figure of the social media influencer and how they function in various ways and as an image of a kind of apparent freedom beyond, whether that be a life of continuous travel around exotic locations, or some sort of perfect family life, or being at all the right parties and knowing all the right people, or whatever. And clearly, these depicted lives may vary very far from what an image of freedom might resemble for any one particular person. But nevertheless, within each of their own particular niches, each projects an image of a life lived free of wage labor and all the things you'd rather not have to do. And the influencer in this vein is a very particularly 21st century phenomenon, but there are a lot of overlaps with ways in which artificially manicured celebrity lives have been projected back to us in previous eras. The influencer contributes to the production and reproduction of this convection current, drawing people into the zone, drawn by desire, but violently thrown back. But the desire is reproduced again and again. If only I keep trying, keep working, keep pushing, maybe I'll be able to push through the boundary into that space of freedom. I grew up in Brussels, in Belgium, not far from the location of the Battle of Waterloo. And I remember clearly how at the visitor centre there, you would climb up into a central viewing platform in a 360-degree painted panorama of the battle. The image was there, all-encompassing, just out of reach, but barriers held us back. The image of the influencer always appears to come from just out of reach, a supposed infinitude bounced back to us, which is in reality just a mural painted on a wall. The actuality, for the influencer, unsurprisingly, diverges significantly from the image they construct. And here I draw on some personal experience, because my partner's brother and his wife, I won't tell you their names, but they are very successful influencers with followers in the millions. And thus I've had second, if not quite first-hand experience of the work that goes into constructing this projected image of freedom. All of the editing, administration, planning, and so forth, and depending on the form of freedom being presented, perhaps having to work to maintain a very particular appearance, or perhaps having to put your children to work to perform an image of domestic bliss. Something that I think is particularly interesting about the influencer, more so perhaps than other images of aspiration, is how in some cases it becomes imperative to hide this labor in order to maintain their influencer capital. If your capital is bound up in the projection of being a free-floating global nomad, or of living a life of glamorous luxury, of perpetual happiness and freedom, then you have to hide, or at least allow your viewers to permit themselves to overlook, all of the arduous work that goes into producing that projected image of freedom. So the influence upholds the conceit that they do stand beyond the frontier, where we apparently see them, whereas in fact their image is a reflection back, an image enviously seen in a magic mirror produced from within the conditions of the frontier zone, just like the rest of us. But they serve to entice us into the zone with the image of the possibility of passing beyond it. This phenomenon of needing to hide the labor in an aspirational life is in striking contrast with, for example, actors or sports people who might emphasize the years and years spent honing their talents, or successful business people who speak of working extreme hours. So the influencer stands as a key figure drawing us into the zone. They aid the pull of people toward the perceived boundary to extract more valuable labor from them. And once drawn into that space, usual societal checks on dynamic violence and repression are loosened. In threat and in action, this violence ripples back as precarity, debt, and incarceration to enforce the normative, productive lives at the center away from the boundary, and reduces the possibility of real rupture. Concluding then, I want to propose that perhaps we reorientate away from the notion of freedom as something to be strived toward across a boundary, and instead turn to how we might subvert from within and disturb the logics of property and capital where we are, rather than looking to artificial images of freedom beyond. Might we adopt an approach of subverting or disrupting, perhaps rupturing, a dispersed logic of individuated property woven as and in the continuous undivided fabric of society and life, rather than playing into capital's structurally desirable projection that we might cross some boundary and escape it. And the artist, of course, is an archetypal figure of freedom, perceived in many cases to be beyond constraints. In some ways, they blur with the position of the influencer, upholding a similar mirage. The challenge for the artist, all the more so if they claim a position of criticality, as I hope they would, is to resist the allures of succumbing to further projections of false others, and rather to attend to the imminent continuities of lived realities. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Walker. That was a very insightful presentation by you. Now we will be starting with the paper presentations for the final technical session. And I'll request Mr. Sujit KS, research scholar, jointly with Dr. Geetika Kaukher, to present a paper on a study of neuroaesthetics experience and metaphor creation in real of creativity. Please, sir. Mr. Sujit KS.
Good afternoon. I'm Sujit KS, one of the faculty here, doing research in neuroaesthetics. And I will start with my presentation with the PPT. Okay. So this is the general structure of the research paper. So I'll just describe what is neuroaesthetics, how it is been evolved, who all are the philosophical exponents of neuroaesthetics, and define human creativity in the with the perspective of neuroaesthetics, like what is the real cause of human creativity, what is the neurological features of human creativity. These all are described in the introduction. And the focus of the study is to bring the importance of scientific analysis in aesthetic theory. Basically, what I observed that most of the aesthetics theories are not scientific based, because these are basically based on a lot of metaphysical and superstitious philosophical arguments since the Plato to the modernism. I mean, up to the time of Sigmund Freud. So I tried to restructure it with the theoretical aspect of neuroaesthetics. These are the basic concerns of my research paper in that. So review of literature, I will analyze what is the theoretical aspect of Plato, Aristotle view in metaphysical aesthetics. Basically, it's based on some supernatural beliefs that how the creative idea is given by God, and how artist is used, this sort of things. I have a detailed presentation of the literature review. And next, the rational philosopher, Immanuel Kant, as well as Hegel, Arthur Schopenhauer, their rational approach to aesthetics theory. Basically, I'm doing a kind of art criticism based research based on literature review in this research paper. So, and how the metaphysical to the rational to the modern to modern aesthetical theories reach into the culmination of what you call the neuroaesthetics. How these all the theories can be improved on the basis of what you call the neuroaesthetical aspects. So this is the detail of literature review. I think there was a slide behind it. There's a slide behind it, like. No, it's not such objective. No. Like. अच्छा नहीं वो पीछे वाला स्लाइड्स पे थोड़ा सा बात करें. Okay, so basically, I wanted to analyze the basic concept of aesthetics that we teach here, like the sage gas or the Kantian three phases of expression. These all are a kind of a neurological development phases. This is my basic argument. I use the neurological features of I mean the art creation and all, and how does it reflect in the theory of Sage. Sage is basically the idea of spirit of time, how it reflects on the artworks. So you can see it as a reflection of neurological development in that. This is the one of the argument that I'm putting forward in the presentation. As well as the concept of will, how the will comes out of a person, especially the genius will to form, how it is developed neurologically. These all areas are discussed in it. And one of my favorite philosopher is the Freud. Sigmund Freud is the father of psychoanalysis. And there's a study in that how the neurology or the neuroscience or the neuroaesthetics develop from the Freudian psychoanalysis. So there is a detailed review on that, a study on that. Next. So these are the research objective to understand the neurological base of aesthetic experience. That's already what I said in the beginning. And analyze the cultural variations in aesthetic perception, like anthropology, cultural variation, how it influenced the creation of art and in the context of neuroaesthetics. That's one of the thing. And research methodology, obviously, like interdisciplinary approaches are done, and the neuroscience, evolutionary psychology, anthropology, these are the basic elements of neuroaesthetics. and a citation-based study on evolution of art and aesthetics, human bodily aesthetics, philosophy of art and visual art, and metaphor creation. Basically, this paper has two parts. One is the what is human creativity and the influence of neuro aesthetics in that. Other is the metaphor. What is a metaphor? How the meaning is produced about. What is the natural meaning and human made meaning. So that's a different part of the paper. But I made it as a two-part. So I want to say, eventually, this picture is very important in the case of human creativity. The blue part is shown. It is the much developed prefrontal cortex. This is the area of human creativity. This is the reason for human creativity. This comparatively is not there in other animals. It is there, but not it is not much stronger than human brain. So this is the basic area of human creativity. Here we have mirror neurons, synesthesia. Because of this thing, human beings are more imaginative. This is the base of neuroaesthetics. And the synesthesia, it's a concept that you can read easily there. It's the cross-wiring, neurons cross-wiring. Cross-wirings of different areas handled by the different parts of the brain, like the area of color, the area of number, the area of smell, taste, all the things. When the cross-wiring happens, the metaphorical things evolve, like how a painter can paint a green man, because it is the neurological wiring, cross-wiring of the area which handles the image of human being, as well as the area of color. The cross-wiring happens from the intersection. A new field or an image emerges. It's a new emerging property. That's what called the visual metaphor, and how you describe, how you elucidate this thing in the literature. That's the metaphor and the form in that. So this is one of the final slide I want to say. This is a familiar painting of Kandinsky. So this was an experiment how you can listen to colors, and he used 7 colors, like 7 sounds, and from the combination like red and blue, how the blue, the violet emerges. Basically, it's a field, it's a neurological field that creates in that. Then it represents with the sound. So this is the crux of this painting. So one of the other thing is the neuroplasticity, how the education or how the training makes a man. Like in our brain, there's an area called a hippocampus. New neurons are created accordingly your need. Like when you study a mathematical solution, you need a representation of neurons that is created in the because of the neuroplasticity. So skill development has happens because of the neuroplasticity. Final slide. Okay, so finding and conclusion. Basically, I already said a lot of things about like how to restructure the aesthetic and art history theory on the basis of neuroscience and neuroaesthetics, and based on some established artists, paintings, architecture. These all are taken as a case study in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sujit. Next, we have presentation from Mr. Vishesh Chamoli, jointly with Dr. Gitika Kaukher, on a study of sensory design and interactive visual practice in India. Vishesh Chamoli, on to you. Best wishes. Okay, sir.
Good evening or afternoon, I'm still confused. Should I call it afternoon or evening? But my name is Vishesh Chamoli. I should be our alumni, but I'm not, because I'm still here. I've done my bachelor's from here, I've done my master's from here, now I'm doing my PhD from here. And of course, I chose my guide who inspired me. So The topic I am going to go through is a study on sensory design and interactive visual art practices in India. So I'll just be honest, very simple introduction. What is exactly a sensory design? It's something new to visual artists, contemporary visual artists. It has shifted from objects to experiences, where perception is shaped through multisensory and interactive environments. Sensory design now functions as a core artistic strategy, structuring how audiences move, feel, co-produce meaning within a work. The study examines how sensory practices operate within Indian contemporary art, where immersive methods are emerging but remaining critically underexplored. Next. So this is my methodology. What I did is I picked up 2 case studies from my own research that is currently going, and I compared them both as they're both helping each other, but they have a big difference in between each other. So I analyzed them. There were 2 exhibitions. I analyzed them. I compared them, and it came down to 2 more points. What is immersive versus what is actually interactive in nature. And they were quite similar. They are in the same branch, but they're actually quite different from each other. They fill each other up. So what exactly is a sensory design? A sensory design is a design deliberately used to construct another set of design which indulges an audience's sensory outputs of their body. Very simple. We've been gifted with our eyes, which are directly connected to the brain. So we go for a visual stimulus first. But what surrounds us, everything outside of it, we miss it out at times. And the whole purpose for the art was to make it interactive with the audience, the people who are viewing it. So the sensory design bridges that gap. Next. So what exactly is an interactive visual art practices? So the rapid evolution of technology has significantly transformed contemporary art practices in India, giving rise to interactive visual art forms that actively engage audiences. Unlike traditional static art, interactive art emphasizes sensory immersion, sight, sound, touch, spatial awareness, creating dynamic experiences that transform viewers into participants. Basically, it hugs you. It surrounds you. It is trying to come to you. It's trying to surround you with it. Now, what exactly makes it interactive? Now, interactive is the rapid evolution of technology that has significantly transformed with the help of technology. The contemporary art practices are now evolving and being able to interact with people through sensors and sensory immersions such as sight, sound, touch, spatial awareness, creating dynamic experiences that transform viewers into participants. So what difference do we see now? So this is immersive versus interactive. We were right now comparing what was similar. So basically immersive focuses on the environment, mood, and sensory atmosphere. Viewer is inside the artwork, but the artwork stays same regardless. There may be changes, they're moving, but the concept stays same. It does not change for the audience. It uses large scale projection, soundscapes, lighting, spatial design, sometimes scent, music, and they create emotional impact through sensory overload, full body presences. Now, experience is passive. You feel it, but you don't change it. For example, Van Gogh, immersive rooms. Have somebody been there? The real Van Gogh? Next. Then next. Now, we are going to come down to interactive art because it's an extension to immersive. Now, it requires input from the viewer. Touch, motion, voice, proximity, gesture, sensors, AR, VR triggers as well. The audience becomes a co-creator. They're now indulged, interacting with the art. It adapts or evolves depending on user action. That's where AI comes in now. Interaction creates a feedback loop. Viewer, it gets to the artwork, reacts, viewer reacts back, the continuous flow, it keeps going on. It draws heavily from HCI cognitive psychology. Sir was already Sujay sir was brilliantly completing this part for me. So it just adds on. And digital media systems. More technically complex involves real-time systems, sensors, generative visuals, AIs, etc. And the best example I could actually pick, I'm still astonished by the work. It's Team Labs. They have been the pioneer to interactive art since 2018. The next. Now, this is my first study for the immersive artwork. Okay. The key features that create immersion. One, a 360 large scale. Projections everywhere. It can be screen, it can be projectors. Coordinated soundscapes and ambient music. Music is important. Spatial scale and movement of visuals. Movement creates attention. It's required. Layered sensory cues, light, animation, colors, color psychology. We can add on. Next. Now this one is the first, I believe, a digital way where the AI was used, sensors were used, projections were used, screens were used. They were trying to use almost everything. It was a Biolume by Dennis Peter and Yash Chandak. They're both Indian. And it was in Indian Art Fair 2025. What they did, they had light patterns that shifts in response to viewers' movement. If you touch the screen, the sensors were noticing it. Now, the presence was based on interaction. It allows the audience to influence the atmosphere simply by walking through the space. Viewers were becoming an active participant with the art, shaping how the illuminated forms behave rather than passively observing. The sensory engagement is co-created here, as the installation blends light, space, human motion, and a shared interactive environment. Next. Now, these were the key findings. I actually explained my key findings already. The emotion and interactivity are fundamentally different sensory strategies. Van Gogh surrounds the viewer but does not respond to them, while Biolume reacts to the movement, alters the environment, and based on audience presence, it evolves. Interactive artworks create participatory sensory loop, unlike immersive only installations. Indian contemporary art is beginning to adopt interactive sensory design, such as examples that remain here. And immersive exhibition dominate mainstream visual culture, while interactive experiences offer deeper contemplative sensory engagement. Next, ma'am. So this is the conclusion. The comparison between Van Gogh, the immersive experience, and Biolume highlights a crucial distinction in contemporary visual art practices. While immersive installations surround the viewer with sensory stimuli, interactive works actively respond to the viewer's presence and movement. Van Gogh demonstrates the global standard for a large-scale immersive environment, offering emotional depth but maintaining a passive audience role. In contrast, Biolume represents an emerging shift within the Indian context, where sensory design and real-time responsiveness begin to merge, allowing the viewer to influence with the art itself. The contrast reveals that although India is taking meaningful steps towards interactive participatory art, such examples still remain limited. The findings underscore the need for a more structured, intentional approach to sensory design in Indian visual art practices, an opportunity that your research directly addresses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vishesh Chamoli, for bringing that insights. Now we have Dr. MC Khanna, Assistant Professor from College of Art, Delhi. The topic is From Traditional to Transformation, the Changing Face of Art and Education in Contemporary Context of Edification. On to you, Dr. MC.
Thank you so much, sir. Warm good afternoon to everybody present there. I am Dr. Rimsi Khanna. And the topic as suggested, From Tradition to Transformation, the Changing Face of Art and Education in Contemporary Context of Edification. This is the title of my paper today I'm presenting. Can I have the next? Review of literature, research gaps, research objectives, methodology, and the findings. Let's come on the introduction. The study explores the evolving role of art within the Indian educational and cultural landscapes. It highlights how art has historically functioned as a vehicle of perception, creativity, cultural continuity, and moral refinement. From ancient Indian systems where art was integrated into holistic learning to colonial disruptions that reduced it to technical skill. The meaning of art education has undergone significant transformation. The modern policies such as NCF 2005 and NEP 2020 now re-establish art as central to holistic development, experiential learning, and cultural literacy. The research positions art as an instrument of edification capable of shaping the cognitive, emotional, and the ethical growth of these students. The literature reveals a strong global and Indian philosophical foundation for art as a tool of human development. Whereas the Western thinkers like Plato, Dewey, and Croce emphasize art's cognitive, emotional, and ethical value. Whereas the Indian aestheticians like Bharata, Abhinav Gupta, Vatsyayana treat art as a means of refined perception and inner harmony. The historical evidences proves that from the Gurukul systems to the medieval ateliers shows art embedded in everyday learning, from symbolizing to the today's educational practices. The colonial education marginalized indigenous arts, replacing holistic art learning with the mechanical drawings. Whereas the post-independence commissions restored aesthetic education, while NCF 2005 and NEP 2020 promote creativity, inclusivity, Indian knowledge system, and art integrated learning, establishing with the other subjects as well. Across time, literature reforms as a central to identify formation, creativity, cultural appreciation, and holistic education. Overall, existing literature establishes strong connections between art, cultural consciousness, and educational transformation. If we talk about Can I have the next slide? If we talk about the research gaps, the study identifies several research gaps in the existing body of research. There is a limited integration of indigenous folk tribal arts into the mainstream education despite the policy emphasis. Traditional art practices. Disparities in the classroom implementation of art curriculum across regions and institutions. Whereas there is a shortage of trained art educators and insufficient teacher preparation all over in the higher education system. Minimal imperial research on the impact of digital media, globalization, and interdisciplinary art practices on learning outcomes. The lack of consolidated analysis connecting traditional Indian aesthetic philosophy with modern art education frameworks. These gaps demonstrate Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah. The main objective of the study are to trace the Am I audible? Yeah.
Yes, you're audible.
Yeah, so
Uh,
sorry.
you have 2
The main
minutes.
objective of the main objectives of the study are to trace the historical evolution of art and its significance in the Indian educational system, to analyze the role of art in shaping perception, creativity, and cultural awareness, to examine the policy reforms from early commissions to NEP 2020 and their influence on art education, to explore how art contributes to identification through emotional, ethical, and intellectual development, to compare traditional and contemporary practices to identify emerging trends in art education, and lastly, to highlight the challenges and proposed ways to strengthen art integrated learning. The research follows a qualitative and analytical methodology, which includes the historical analysis, which includes the study of ancient, medieval, colonial, and post-independence art education system. There is a documentation and policy reviewing of how the commissions have been examined from 1948 to 66, the Kothari commissions, the NEP 1968, 1986, 1992, NCF 2005, and the latest NEP 2020. The literature review focuses on the philosophical, cultural, and pedagogical writings from Indian and global sources. The comparative analysis, like the evaluation of traditional versus the contemporary framework, and the interpretive methods like synthesizing the cultural, aesthetic, and educational insights to understand art as edification. These methods have provided a comprehensive understanding of art education.
Request you to kindly come to the conclusions, please.
Yeah, surely, sir. The key findings are focusing on art functions as a transformative tool that develops perception, creativity, emotional intelligence, and cultural identity. The ancient Indian education successfully integrated art with ethics, culture, and holistic learning. The colonial policy disrupts this continuity, resulting in fragmented art education. Post-independence reforms revived the aesthetic and cultural purpose of art. The contemporary frameworks of like 9CF 2005, NEP 2020, how it is re-establishing the art as the core component, and the digital media, globalization, and new art forms, which are expanding in the scope of art educations. Now, I'd conclude by saying that art is not just the function, it is merely a subject as a medium of edification, shaping the intellectual, emotional, moral, and cultural development. The progression from the traditional holistic learning to modern integrated framework, it reflects a continuous evolution of art educational purpose. The strengthening teacher preparation, integrating indigenous traditions, and embracing new media can actually transform art into a dynamic force for creating creative, empathetic, culturally literate, and socially responsible learners. Thank you, everybody, for hearing me out.
Thank you, Dr. MC.
Thank you so much, sir.
Next, we have a paper presentation by Dr. Neeti Joshi, Assistant Professor, College of Art, and she's presenting the paper on recent developments in Indian digital arts. On to you, Dr. MC. Dr. Neeti.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Neeti Joshi, and I work as an assistant professor with College of Art, New Delhi. The topic for me for today is recent developments in Indian digital art. So let's just start by the introduction as to how did we commence from prehistoric era to the digital age. The prehistoric era started from the cave paintings at Bhimbetka, transferred to classical period where it was the Maurya and the Gupta dynasty, then continued to the Mughal influence to the modern mural movement where post-independence artists like M.F. Hussain and Raza challenged Indian boundaries of Indian art. Then came the digital age in late 20th century onwards, where artists started to embrace digital tools, creating new forms while honoring cultural heritage. So let's just try to understand as to what is digital art. Digital art describes the use of technology in creative thinking and art making. Ranging across a variety of mediums, digital art spans from computer, generative, robotic, kinetic, and net art through to post-internet, virtual reality, and augmented reality art. Conceptually, the original of digital art can be traced back to ideologies present in the avant-garde art movement of the first half of the 20th century. Movements such as modernism, futurism responded to rapid evolution of transport and communication and to the scientific discoveries made a consequence form of digital art. Next slide, please. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, the next slide. Yeah, digital art emerges in India. So the 90s marked Indian entry to digital art, coinciding with global technology expansion. Personal computers, graphic designs, and internet opened unprecedented creative possibilities. Pioneers like Raghav KK, Baijunath Barnath, Manjunath Kamant experimented with the digital tools, reinterpreting traditional Indian art forms through modern technology. The current digital art scene is vibrant and diverse. Next slide, please. Contemporary digitally art landscape. So it's all about global connectivity, accessible technology, and where tradition meets innovation. Transformative technologies have also helped a lot in upcoming of digital art, where animation and video art, a lot of artists like Nalini Milne used video, animation, and sound to address social and political themes, blurring lines between art and film. Interactive experiences like participatory works combining digital media, installation, and performance art was also done. So let's just try to understand as about the growing digital art market in India. That's oriented with market demonetization, NFT revolution, and international visibility. Indian artists are increasingly participating in global exhibition, art fairs, and digital platforms to help understand and grow the growing digital market of India. Other than that, next slide, please. The challenges that are faced by the digital artist are about digital divide, education gap, legal concern, and critical need. Sometimes in rural areas, lacking of high internet speed and digital device creates accessibility gaps for the aspiring artist, and limited awareness about digital art also and marketing also creates a lot of hindrance for the market growth. So the next slide, please. So how does the role of education and institutions can help build digital art? Technical skill development, market knowledge, and institutional support like galleries and museums must embrace digital art through exhibition, events, and dedicated programs. And moreover, technical skill development by the institutions in emerging technologies can also help to increase the span of the digital art in India. So next slide, please. So what are the future prospects that we can think can come up with the current digital art? It's about rich cultural foundation, continued innovation, global leadership, and inclusive ecosystem. So next comes the transformative era. The digital revolution has fundamentally altered how art is created, watched, and consumed in India, democratizing artistic expression and fostering unprecedented creativity. The key takeaways include digital tools enable artists from all backgrounds to participate, removing traditional barriers. New genres challenges conventional art definitions while engaging audiences. Technology and creativity combine to create rich diverse Indian heritage. And next slide, please. So let's try and understand the current digital market in India. India's digital market has experienced a significant boom propelled by increasing digital literacy and vibrant, innovative artist community across the nation. Online platforms have empowered artists to bypass traditional gatekeepers, and this dynamic growth is fostering new economic avenues, attracting investments, and firmly establishing digital art within India's broader creative economy. So in the end, I would just like to conclude that the current digital art movements are profoundly altering the Indian visual art environment. The combination of technology and creativity is resulting in new creative forms, more inclusion, and thriving art industry. And the future of Indian art promises a rich and diverse artistic landscape that reflects country's changing cultural identity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Next, we have paper presentation from Dr. Karunesh Kumar Ken, who is Assistant Professor at College of Art. The topic includes kinetic typography in social media ads, US impact and users engagement. Dr. Karunesh, on to you.
A very good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
I'm Dr. Karunesh, Assistant Professor, Department of Visual Communication, College of Art. So the topic for today's presentation is kinetic typography in social media ads, UX impact and user engagement. Can you move ahead? Okay, so these are the contents, the introduction part, review of literature, research gaps, followed by research objective, research methodology, and finally the conclusion part. So let's begin with the introduction. This paper is exactly reviews the role of kinetic typography, the animation of text, as a strategic tool in social media advertising. As platforms like Instagram and Facebook prioritize visually driven, fast-paced feeds, advertisers increasingly utilize moving text to arrest user intention. This synthesis of recent research examines the intersection of design principles and user behavior analytics to determine how animated text influences user experience, comprehension, and engagement metrics such as dwell time, likes, and shares. Furthermore, the study highlights the practical necessity of kinetic typography in communicating messages clearly to users viewing content without sound. Next, please. So, the review of literature. Current literature on kinetic typography intersects design theory, marketing analytics, cognitive psychology, and UX research. The key insights includes various research done by various researchers. Many researchers, the design, which includes a design factor, motion dynamics by Dollicet, eye tracking evidences, sequential text reveals, and engagement outcomes such as likes, shares, and click-through rates tend to increase when text overlays are well integrated and not overpowering. Overall, the literature shows consistent agreement. Sorry. Okay. Research gaps. The research paper identifies several gaps in existing studies, just like limited UX focused research, platform-specific differences, demographic differences, overuse and saturation effects, design principles, and scattered. These gaps justify the need for a consolidated multidisciplinary review. Next, please. Okay, the objective of the research. The review sets out to define kinetic typography in the context of social media advertising, synthesizes existing research on design factors affecting legibility and visual appeal, evaluate empirical evidence on how animated text influences attention, dwell time, and engagement behaviors. Also, to identify best practice guidelines for designing kinetic typography that enhances user experience, highlight research gaps, and propose future directions for optimizing kinetic text advertising. Next, please. The study adopts a systematic review methodology, which involves analysis of peer review research across marketing, communication, design, and cognitive psychology, comparison of quantitative studies like eye tracking, experiments, A/B tests, engagements, analytics, integration of qualitative research, inclusion of industry reports and platform analytics, thematic synthesis, examining design principles, user attention, patterns, UX considerations, and behavioral engagement metrics. The methodology ensures a cross-disciplinary evaluation of how kinetic typography functions in real-world social media environment. So these are the findings of the research. The kinetic typography strongly boosts attention, which includes movement, naturally draws the eyes. Eye tracking shows text overlays, produce long dwell times and early fixations. Then moderate animation speed is essential. Too fast, cognitive overload, and too slow, which becomes to boredom. Smooth transitions improve comprehension and retention. Design balance also matters. Medium-sized, non-centric, high-contrast text improves engagement, whereas overlay, largely or intrusive animation reduces visual appeal. Sequential reveals improve message processing. Users follow text like a guided narrative. This increases recall and cognitive involvement. Engagement metrics increase significantly. Higher likes, shares, and CTR when kinetic text is well integrated. Ads with animated text, CTS, we see over 30% of CTR improvement. Kinetic typography enhances UX when used thoughtfully. It should avoid clutter, respect cognitive limits, and follow predictable pattern. Accessibility considerations, legible fonts, lower key messages, statics, and frames improves the experience of diverse viewers. And in the summary, let me finish with the summary, I guess. Okay. Kinetic typography has become an essential tool in social media ads, offering a powerful means to capture attention, communicate meaning in sound of environments, and drive deeper engagements. The research clearly shows that well-designed, readable, and context-appropriate animated text significantly raises dwell time, emotional resonance, and user interaction levels. However, effectiveness depends on balance. Excessive or poorly executed motion reduces clarity and appeal also. With growing influence among younger audiences and Gen Zs these days, expanding use in short-form videos, kinetic typography will continue shaping digital ads strategies. Future research must focus more on platform-specific UX, demographic preferences, and long-term effects on user satisfaction and broad brand perception. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. That was a very insightful presentation, Dr. Karunesh. Next, we have a poster presentation from Ms. Sadhna Jay on the street at stage, creative resilience and thick root. She's a student at the Maharaja Savajana University of Baroda. On to you.
Okay. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Sadhna. So my research area might be new to most of you all. It is called as Terukuthu or Kattaikuthu, which is a traditional Tamil street theatre, which finds its origin in the villages of Tamil Nadu. So my paper is titled as The Street as a Stage, Creative Resilience of Terukuthu. The purpose of this study is to understand Terukuthu, which is often viewed only as a folk or traditional form, that it can be interpreted as a framework of cultural innovation. So the objective of my studies are to analyze the performance structure, its gestures, narrative form, humor, and audience interaction as a system of cultural innovation, to compare two major scholarly works, one of Richard Franska and other of Hanne D. Bruin, to understand how repetition and flexibility operate as creative principles, to reposition Terukuthu within global creative discourse, arguing that continue itself can be a form of an innovation. The methodology that this study required was qualitative and an interpretative approach. It mainly included the comparative reading of two major texts. One is the Theatre of Mahabharata by Richard Fraska. The other is Kattaikuthu, the flexibility of a South Indian theatre tradition by Bruin. And it employed visual analysis of performance videos, photographs, gestures, costumes, and staging. There was cultural and aesthetic interpretation focused on performance, improvisation, and community engagement. The key findings of my study are repetition as renewal. So Fraska's work, although it shows that the same Mahabharata episodes are performed repeatedly, no two performances are identical. Improvised humor, local references, political satire, and audience interaction transform every staging. Thus, repetition here is not stagnation, but it is a method of continuous creative transition. Next is flexibility as continuity. From adapting all-night performances into shorter formats, moving from village courtyards to schools, institutions, and international festivals, including women performers in historically male domain sector. All these changes preserve the tradition by allowing it to adapt. And collective creativity, innovation in Terukuthu is collective and not individualistic. And here, expansion is not decline. Movement from rural space to global platform is expansion and not loss. Thus, I would like to conclude by saying that Terukuthu demonstrates that innovation is not always about technological novelty. In this form, innovation emerges from repetition that generates variation, flexibility that ensures survival, community participation that sustains relevance, expansion from local to global without losing identity. Terukuthu is therefore a living cultural heritage and not a relic. It is an example of how tradition can innovate within themselves. In a global era that often disconnects creativity from culture, Terukuthu offers a powerful model for reimagining creative practices through continuity, adaptability, and collective resilience. Thank you.
Very organized, Sandhya. Now, next we have a presentation of poster by Ms. Priyanka Chokle, who is presenting a poster on Disney versus Studio Ghibli, how different cultures use characters as them as a psychology. On to you from Manipal University, Jaipur.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Priyanka Chogle from Manipal University, Jaipur. So basically, I'm an aspiring animator and I'm very, very passionate about the animation industry. So that's why I chose a comparative study between the two best in the business, that is Disney versus Studio Ghibli. So how many of you over here has watched Disney movies? Please raise your hand. Okay, quite a few. How many of you have watched Ghibli-based movies? Okay, I have a good crowd. So basically, my title name is Disney versus Studio Ghibli, how different cultures use character and theme psychology. This is basically a comparative study between two cultures, that is the Western versus Eastern. And there's a lot of difference between Western and Eastern cultures. So introduction, animation is more than entertainment. It reflects cultural values, collective psychology, and narrative traditions. Western studios like Disney often highlight individualism and independence. But at the other hand, Studio Ghibli present layered moralities, ambiguous characters, and ecological or spiritual themes. Despite the popularity of both the studios, limited comparative research exists on how their characters and theme psychologies reflect cultural mindsets. Now, when you see the methodology that I've chosen for this research, it's basically a qualitative methodology where I have chosen 7 participants and I've conducted structured interviews interviewing each participant with a structured questions. Taiwanese fans of animated films tend to distinguish the American style from the Japanese styles. However, the factors they use to distinguish these styles are ambiguous. Characters form the soul of an animated film. Walt Disney Company and Studio Ghibli are the most famous animated film companies in America and Japan, respectively. The study suggests that the national identity culture of the intended audience affects character designers' choices regarding a character's color, resulting in a color discrepancy between the Disney and Ghibli's animated films. A study on Spirited Away argued that the film was a representation of cultural boundedness, a reaction to globalization, where cultural products are used to reinforce local nature. So basically for this comparison study, I had narrowed down 6 factors. The 6 factors were character psychology, theme, color, music, environmental spaces, and art style. And for the 6 factors, I chose three movies from each of the studios. From Disney, I chose Lion King, Brave, and Frozen. And for Studio Ghibli, I chose the 3 movies, that is Princess Mononoke, Spirited Away, and Nausicaa of the Valley on the following factors. When you look at Studio Ghibli's characters, especially the female protagonist, is always talked about. They're women who defy feminine stereotypes and go beyond gender barriers. When the characters are looked at, they do not seem to have no stereotypical gender roles. These include Stan in Princess Mononoke, Chihiro in Spirited Away, and Nausicaa in Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. For Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind, the protagonist's choice is more surprising, considering the film was produced in 1984, when feminism was not a topic of discussion. Many of these female leads are self-sufficient and not the typical damsel in distress.
Nausicaa is a princess who's self-sufficient, determined, and has a critical mind. Other people only fear the toxic jungle apart from her. But when you look at Disney films, there is always the concept of damsel in distress. That is, girls tend to copy their favorite princesses by copying their looks and action. Women are often displayed as too simplistic, and their only missing part in their life is their companion male. The term damsel in distress comes from the shortened version of the French word mademoiselle and is defined as a young woman in danger who needs to be rescued or in need of a man's help. Movies like Snow White and Sleeping Beauty are the perfect examples of damsel in distress. As even in Snow White, she can be seen as this easily exploitable person. She not only adjusts to living with 7 men in the house and depends on them for survival, but she takes on the traditional role of a housemaker, while the dwarf takes the role of the breadwinners of the house. She also accepts a poisoned apple from an unknown need and needs a true love's kiss from a prince to awaken herself from her enchanted sleep. Disney moves away from the whole problematic princesses and brings a revolution with movies like such as Frozen or Princess Merida. Thus, I would like to conclude by saying the both of the studios have a lot of similarities, but they also have a lot of unique features which a lot of designers or animators, people who are going forward in this field, should learn and implement from. Thank you so much.
Very interesting paper presentation. Next, we have Ms. Paridhi Gupta, student from Pearl Academy, New Delhi, with Mr. Harsh Mehta, Assistant Professor, Pearl Academy, on the topic Feminism versus Pseudo-Feminism, Influence of Social Media on Public Perceptions. Paridhi.
A very good evening to everybody. I am Paridhi Gupta, undergrad student, final year, pursuing communication design, specializing in UI UX design from Pearl Academy. And the topic is feminism versus pseudo-feminism and influence of social media. And I would also like to mention my professor, Mr. Harsh Mehta, for assisting me through this research. So feminism has historically been a movement, justice and like systematic change. However, within contemporary digital environment, its representation has become extremely fragmented. Social media now is one of the most powerful public spheres that has facilitated not only the dimension of social discourse, but also the rise of pseudo-feminist narratives. This distorts its foundational principles, and narratives often circulate through algorithms-driven amplification, privileging content and other sensational, emotionally heightened content, or advertising tone. As a result, public understanding of feminism has become blurred, with online audience frequently encouraging reductive or misleading portrayals. The urgency of the research lies in addressing how such distortion shapes, polarizes gender dialogue and potential undermine authentic feminist advocacy. So understanding these dynamics is essential for safeguarding the legitimacy and psychological integrity of feminists through the digital era. So everybody would have a question, what exactly is pseudo-feminism? I would like to tell you pseudo-feminism refers to the distorted appropriation of feminist ideology in which the core intent of gender equality and is replaced by selective empowerment, adversarial framing, and performative activism. Instead of advocating structural equality, pseudo-feminism often manifests misandry-coded and sensational claims or superficial online engagement designed to attract visibility rather than promote genuine reforms. It reduces feminism to emotionally charged digital narratives, which misinterprets the physiological foundation, ultimately obscuring the movement's commitment to mutual respect, justice, and balanced gender. So the key objectives for the research were identify destructiveness. So the whole process was to analyze the feminist versus the pseudo-feminist content, including selective empowerment. That is, we have often observed on social media that there are certain group of women or certain women who are being encouraged or who are being supported, but whereas the genuine feminism lies somewhere under the books of justice. And then comes the evaluating algorithm. So examining the social media algorithms through their affordance, prioritizing controversial, emotionally charged or simplified narratives contributed to their rapid visibility. So we have often observed what is trending, what is controversial is always right on social media, whereas we often fail to understand what the actual thing is all about, what the actual crux is. Investigate polarization mechanism, that is, understand how platform structures and influence dynamics contribute to adversarial gender discourse and misinterpretation of feminist aims. So what exactly feminism was? It was to have gender equality, but nowadays it is being females over males, which was never the core principle of feminism, which is being misled by certain influencers, and brands also use it for their advocacy and their advertisements. And the last was studying commercial co-option, examining how brands and influencers co-modify feminist language to gain visibility, often diluting the ideological authenticity. The methodology I used for these were mixed method framework, combining quantitative and qualitative techniques to establish a comprehensive understanding of digital feminist narratives. That was studying both qualitative and quantitative data. For qualitative, I had interviews, and for quantitative, I have surveys. In surveys, I gathered public opinion to identify misconception and emotional response of feminist words through pseudo-feminist contents. And interviews were conducted in depth conversation to explore behavioral and perspectual shifts of influence by digital regimes. And then there was social media content analysis, in which I reviewed posts, comments, trends, and identify the engagement behaviors, viral patterns, and the influencer marketing which is going on. And the key findings were narrative distortion patterns, algorithm prioritizations, commercial appropriation, public manipulation, and visual evidence. In short, it is that what is seen is considered true, whereas people fail to go in depth. So that was the summary of the key finding. And I would like to conclude with pseudo-feminism presents a summative challenge to feminist integrity by reshaping discourse within algorithm-driven ecosystem. The study concludes that higher visibility of sensational narratives contributes to confusion, polarization, and misinformed public opinions, strengthening digital literacy, promoting responsible engagement and amplification of authentic feminist voices are critical for preserving feminist foundation principles. Addressing this distortion is vital to ensure feminist remains credible, inclusive, equality-driven movement in the digital age. Thank you. This was all.
Next, we have Ms. Astiti Gogoi, student, Amity School of Fine Arts, Amity University, Noida, presenting a poster on art as a tool for awakening consciousness. On to you, Stuti.
Before I begin, I want to ask all of you a small question. How long has it been since you last did basic coloring? Just simple coloring, filling colors in design or any patterns? 5 years? 10 years? 15? Maybe more longer? Good. Doesn't it feel surprising that something we really enjoyed so much as children, we stopped doing completely? Good afternoon. My name is Astuti Gogia, and I'm student of MIT University, Noida. Today, I'm here to present my research title, Art as a Tool for Awakening Consciousness. In today's world, all of us deal with stress, anxiety, overthinking, pressure, and emotional load. So I wanted to explore something very simple. Can art help our mental health? Can basic coloring activity makes us calm, mindful, and more aware of our emotions? In prehistoric time, humans expressed their awareness through cave paintings, and in mid-time, we see consciousness expressed through cave paintings, frescoes. Artists painted stories of faith, community life, culture, and morality. Through these artworks, people shared emotions, belief, hope, fear, and spiritual experiences. With simple all art forms like painting, music, dance, poetry, sculpture became powerful way for humans to express emotion and thoughts. In modern psychology, art is used as therapy. So all these ideas inspired me to explore how can a simple art activity help people to become more aware and more emotionally balanced. This became the foundation of my research. So the methodology was quantitative. To explore these objective, I designed a simple coloring-based art activity. I conduct this in MIT University only. Each participant received a print art layout. They sat in a peaceful environment and colored freely. Without pressure, if after the finished coloring, they filled out a short MCQ questionnaire. And the question was asked about their mood, how focused they were, and the observations were people slowly become more powerful and they were feeling very peacefully, and many participants relaxed without even realizing it. So the key findings were the stress and anxiety level went down, they could focus better, many experienced self-reflection. Most participants, they would like to use art in a daily routine for relaxation. To conclude, my study shows that art is not only a creative activity, it is a tool for mental health and awakening consciousness. Through simple activity like coloring, we relax, we release stress, we express our emotions. Art gives the mind a break from noise. It brings us into present moment. So in a powerful world of stress and pressure, art can be beautifully simple way to awaken our consciousness and improve our mental well-being. Thank you.
Next, we have a paper poster presentation from Ms. Tanishka Rawal with Mr. Harsh Mehta from Pearl Academy, bringing the gaps and a SaaS-based HMRM solutions for the big economy.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tanishka, undergraduate final student pursuing communication design from Pearl Academy, specification in interaction design. Today, I'm presenting my research poster titled Bridging the Gap, a software as a service-based HRM solution for gig economy. And I would like to mention Harsh Mehta, my mentor and assistant professor in Pearl Academy, for assisting me through this research. We all use platforms like Swiggy, Blinkit, Zepto, Amazon, but we rarely see the massive workforce behind them. The gig economy is growing fast. Yet there is still no single system that connects gig workers, vendors, companies, and even insurance providers. This creates issues like payment delays, miscommunication, and absolutely no protection for the gig workers. My research proposes one unified SaaS platform that brings all stakeholders together, making the one system more structured, transparent, and fair for everyone involved. So, what are gig workers? Gig workers are the independent individuals who take flexible roles instead of full-time work. So gig worker is expanding quickly, but the ecosystem is very broken. Workers, vendors, and even companies and insurance all are the separate processes. This leads to delays, confusion, and no accountability. So why this research matters? Gig force is huge, but has no structured HR. Vendors still use WhatsApp groups and manual processes. Companies have no visibility across their workforce. Insurance providers cannot track workers due to the constant job switching. A unified HRMS is urgently needed. Everyone is working, but no one is connected. Now, the objective is to create a software as a service-based solution that brings gig workers, vendors, and companies, insurers into one place. One platform, 4 stakeholders, and full visibility. So the methods I used were the secondary research. I did case studies for Uber, Zepto, and Amazon Flex. And the primary research, I took interviews from the gig workers, vendors, companies, and even insurance providers. My research combined real workers and in the industry level insights from the business analysts who built GigForce human resource management system. So the results were based on the interviews and case studies that no insurance and safety net is provided for the gig workers. There is very weak and low support for the gig workers. Most vendors still use poor HRMS system, WhatsApp groups, and vendors lack a unified HR tool. They rely on informal communication. Big companies like ExpressBees operate with 400 to 500 vendors pan-India. Each supplying workers managing this manually is impossible. So they use HRMS like GigForce. Existing systems are designed for the basic operation needs, tracking, attendance, payroll, etc. And companies cannot have a system that connects every activity to insurance eligibility. So the solution is, instead of 4 disconnected systems, my solution connects all stakeholders through one single HRMS platform. This is not just a tool, this is a foundation for a safer and fairer gig economy. Thank you.
We have a last poster presentation for this session from Ms. Ruhi Gaba, student, Amity School of Fine Arts, on gender and sexuality in digital realms. On to you, Ruhi.
Good evening, everyone. I am Ruhi Gaba, a final year BFA animation student at Amity University. First, before I start, I would like to thank Varun sir and Gitika ma'am for pushing me to do this. So, my poster presents my independent research titled Gender and Sexuality in Digital Realms. It is a study of independent Indian animation through works of Gitanjali Rao and Suresh Sheriyat. My work started with a simple question. Why do so many stories in Indian animation still follow traditional and rigid ideas of gender? But when I turned to independent films, I found a much richer emotional and visual language, one that gives space to aging women, working class women, and queer experiences. Using a qualitative film textual analysis, I studied the films across layers like visual style, symbolism, characters, and cultural context. Here's the analysis. In Gitanjali Rao Printed Rainbow, the contrast between black and white reality and colorful fantasy worlds show how an elderly woman escapes invisibility through imagination. In Bombay Rose, the watercolor aesthetic and dream sequences reveal longing, migration, and gentle queer undertones expressed through glances and emotional cues. And in Suresh Sheriyat's Fisherwoman and Tuk Tuk, the energetic hand-drawn style celebrates a confident fisherwoman who takes in charge of her own desires, reversing traditional gender roles with humor and warmth. Across these works, what stood out to me is how independent animation gives voice to women, queer experiences, and marginalized identities with extraordinary sensitivity. These films don't rely on spectacle, they rely on emotion, symbolism, and honest storytelling. In my conclusion, I argue that independent in animation is reshaping how gender and sexuality are seen on screen. It expands the boundaries of what animation can express, and not just visually, but culturally, by allowing characters to exist beyond binaries and stereotypes. It gives a meaningful space where identity, desire, and agency can be expressed, something mainstream animation often avoids. Thank you.
Give a big round of clap to yourself, all of you. You have been a very good audience. I understand that it's very tough for students to sit whole day and try to absorb 10 speakers and 25 odd papers exactly. So thanks to all of you for being here, and it was very good to listen to research papers very briefly because there was less time. But as I've said in the morning that we are going to publish or come out with the proceedings online. That will be available. I think so that will be important resource for all the people. And particularly, I would like to compliment the efforts done by the students who have made the poster presentation from the various institutes. That was really good to see that the students have made effort and made a poster presentation and came out with the quick findings. So thanks a lot to all. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir. I, Varun Sahai, Associate Professor, Amity School of Fine Arts, for the International Conference of Innovation in Visual Arts on behalf of Amity School of Fine Arts, Amity University. Feel deeply honored to propose the vote of thanks for the day. On behalf of entire team, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed dignitaries of the session. We are truly privileged to have you taken your time and share your valuable insights to enrich us with your vast knowledge and expertise. I'd like to thank Professor Dr. John Zika, Mr. Shishit Kaul, from Outlook Media, Ms. Nupur Kundu, eminent artist. From India, Ms. Smita Pava, creative director at Photon, Dallas, Texas. Ms. Vandana, eminent artist, and Ms. Yetil Gillis, senior artist from USA. Mr. Sudeep Das and Dr. Autumn Walker from joining from all over the world, online and offline for us today. I would like to thank our beloved founder president, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, for providing us this platform. Our dynamic chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, for always mentoring us. Professor Dr. Balrida Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, as a patron of this conference. Ms. Divya Chauhan, ma'am, Chairperson, Amity School of Fine Arts, Amity School of Fashion Technology, Amity School of Performing Arts, for always being a strong support. I would like to thank and congratulate Professor Dr. Pradeep Joshi, Group Additional Pro Vice Chancellor and Dean Faculty of Applied Arts, Fine Arts, Performing Arts and Visual Arts for motivating and guiding us to make this conference happen. So has given a vision and guidance to make this event possible. All the esteemed paper presenters from all parts of India and world today here presenting their papers and posters. All faculty members who have worked as a team to make this event possible. Dr. Geetika Kaukher, convener of ICIVA, Dr. Sugandha Gumbar, co-convener, Mr. Sachin Ahuja, Mr. Hemant Shrivastava, Mr. Kaushik Lohani, Mr. Rajiv Sharma, and all esteemed faculty members of ASFA present here. Our IT host for organizing this event digitally and making everything very smooth. All the volunteers standing on their toes since morning. I really appreciate your efforts. All our students for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you all. We can conclude for the day. All the paper presenters and faculty members, please join us for the tea at the lounge.
Any students?